Okay. რატო არ იწყება? ხო არ იწყება ჯერ. როდის დაიწყება? Hello, good afternoon. Your Excellency, please let me first address the conference as a host, and then I'll kindly ask you to address. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, I'd like to kindly welcome all participants of the conference and wish you an interesting day. I take this opportunity and on the behalf of the University of Georgia, express my special gratitude to the US Ambassador, Her Excellency Dagnan, for the support and participation on the conference, and for the support that the University of Georgia has been receiving from the US since its commencement. I'd like to express my gratitude to the NATO Liaison Office for the support and for the sponsorship of the conference. Let me thank distinguished speakers and participants of the conference. The University of Georgia seeks to become a leading university in the region. We wish to contribute to the development of the human capital, the democratization process, and the development of the society as a whole. Our mission is to make Georgia a regional hub of higher education, to provide a solid educational foundation that prepares students for a diverse, multicultural, and international labor. Recognizing our role as a progressive and leading university within this country, the University of Georgia realized its share of responsibility towards the present and future of Georgia. And for the country, 20% of the territory of which is occupied by Russia, awareness of impending or potential threats from the occupier is of great importance. As the biggest private university in Georgia, with more than 7,000 students across the multiple academic fields, we stand at the forefront of organizing a cross-sectoral debates that have strategic, political, and societal relevance. Today, the University of Georgia hosts its second annual conference within the University of Georgia Security Platform framework. A conference is titled Georgia in the Western and Russian Military Prism, If or When. Last year, on June 17th, we had launched our first conference within the same platform on the Russian economic influence in the post-socialist countries and the respective political impact, which brought together senior political decision makers and think tank representatives from the US, Europe, and South Caucasus. The topics discussed during the conference were related to the existing mechanisms of Kremlin influence in the region and beyond, and once again were proved relevant, as they were the core factors of the political crisis that unfolded in Georgia since June 20th. This time, we are going to highlight the military aspect of the West Russia confrontation in the context of the South Caucasus and the wider Black Sea region. We are keen to uncover all relevant aspects of the regional military posture, the strategic military intentions and capabilities on the ground, escalatory scenarios, etc., with the ultimate objective to formulate policy recommendations and concepts in the particular fields of military or political activities. The conference will be divided into 3 panels. First panel is NATO Georgia, membership, military relevance, and Article 5. Second panel is Russia and the South Caucasus, military posture, risks, and escalation or de-escalation options. The third panel is the military aspects of the Black Sea security. We're proud that along with the conference, a parallel simulation exercise will be conducted with the participation of 30 students from different Georgian universities. This will allow students to grasp the real policy atmosphere and the gravity of political decision-making at various levels during the crisis and conflicts. By the way, simulation exercise of this kind is introduced first time in Georgia, and it adds special fascination to today's event. Once again, let me thank all participants of this conference. I wish you a successful day, and probably what doesn't sound trivial nowadays, I wish you a good health. And we hope that next year we'll have opportunity to meet you here in Georgia. Thank you very much. I'm done. Your Excellency, yours the floor. I kindly ask you to address the conference.
Thank you very much, Rector Topuria. It's a real pleasure to open this conference today, and I commend the University of Georgia and the NATO Liaison Office for organizing this event and for assembling such a distinguished panel of participants and speakers. Hats off as well to the students and academics who were able to adapt to today's unusual circumstances and tune in virtually. We're all getting better at that, at least more used to it. The topic of Georgia's role in the Black Sea region and its relationships with Russia and NATO is particularly timely. The unresolved legacy of the Soviet Union's collapse has flared again into renewed conflict on Georgia's southern borders, a tragic reminder of the geopolitical significance and the delicate balance of the Caucasus region. The stabilizing role that Georgia has so often played over the centuries is once again being tested by the competing interests of its neighbors. Since arriving in Georgia 8 months ago, I've been very impressed by Georgia's tenacity in preserving its unique character and traditions, despite waves of foreigners who have passed through. Georgia's language, religion, culture, and fierce love of freedom have withstood intense pressures. The more I learn about Georgia's fight for independence, the more admiration I have for this country. Where Georgia is located and who its neighbors are is not going to change. That means Georgia will continue to face challenges that test its ability to be a stabilizing influence and democratic leader in the region. Since at least 2008, we've seen Russia become increasingly aggressive in trying to undermine its Black Sea neighbors. For decades, Russia has tried to prevent this region from achieving its full potential by sowing instability in Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, through illegal occupations, violent conflicts, economic and political disruptions, including through corruption, transnational criminal networks, and disinformation, as Professor Galliotti has documented so well. The vision that Georgia, the United States, and Europe have of a stable region of sovereign states engaged in mutually beneficial trade and security relationships requires our constant and vigilant collective commitment. It is imperative that we continue with initiatives that deter Russian aggression and malign influence in Georgia and the Black Sea region as a whole. This includes continuing to promote closer security cooperation among countries around the Black Sea through NATO and bilaterally. It includes developing closer economic ties, battling corruption and organized crime networks, securing critical infrastructure, and pursuing reforms that are so essential to Georgia's democratic progress and its Euro-Atlantic trajectory. Russian aggression toward Georgia in particular, occupation, borderization, economic blackmail, cyber attacks, demonstrate Russia's intent to erode Georgia's security, stability, and economic prosperity, no matter how friendly or conciliatory Georgia tries to be. Russia's insidious disinformation campaigns, from disparaging Georgia's progress toward NATO membership and participation in multinational exercises, to targeting the life-saving work of the Lugar Center and Georgia's NCDC, leave no doubt that Russia hopes to break down the civic and defense institutions that are Georgia's bulwarks against Russia's malign influence and vital to Georgia's future with the West. Russia's tactics hinder diplomatic resolution of conflicts in the region, We've all seen that. Improved security, resilience, and strong democratic institutions in Georgia and its neighbors will deny Russia the opportunities that it's so good at exploiting to disrupt stability and progress. Our unity with Georgia and Georgia's commitment to building strong, independent institutions and a vibrant economy are the best deterrents to Russian aggression and the best assurance of regional stability. Georgia's robust partnership with NATO is arguably the best example of a key partner nation committed to making concrete contributions to NATO's broader deterrence and defense posture in the Black Sea region and beyond. We all know that Georgia's role in ISAF and the Resolute Support Mission in Afghanistan are as the largest per capita troop contributor, serving with no caveats, is an impressive commitment that has cost Georgia 32 lives and almost 300 wounded, and one for which NATO and the United States are truly grateful. Georgia has also stepped up to successfully host NATO and multinational exercises, such as Noble Partner, despite the challenges of COVID-19. Georgia's commitment to NATO through these and other initiatives, such as the substantial NATO-Georgia package, demonstrate clearly how far the Georgian Defense Forces have come in raising standards and increasing Georgia's interoperability with NATO. Every step Georgia takes to strengthen its capabilities to defend its borders, expand its economies, and develop its democratic institutions is a step toward protecting the independence Georgians have fought so passionately for over the centuries. To paraphrase George Washington, to be prepared for conflict is the most effectual means to promote peace. I encourage Georgia to remain clear-eyed about the threats to its stability and progress, to prepare by building strategic capabilities, and to be courageous in playing a leadership role in the region. I hope you'll enjoy your discussions today, and thank you very much for letting me join you. Madoba.
I have the pleasure of chairing this first panel entitled NATO-Georgia Military Relevance, Membership and the Future of Article 5. As has been mentioned, Georgia has obviously been a country that has been pursuing closer relationships and ties with NATO for over 20, 30 years now. And there are a lot of exciting panelists with me today to discuss some of the future prospects for that deepening relationship. Of course, following on from the remarks of the ambassador and with gratitude for the university for their support in organising. Just a few quick comments on the kind of ground rules for today. Obviously, we're quite interested to make sure that we get to a lot of questions and are able to have a really kind of interactive discussion with the various attendees on the line today. So we'll have some opening remarks from myself and the other panelists, each of whom will have 10 minutes to deliver their initial thoughts on this topic. And then we'll open it up to a Q&A, and all of you are very much encouraged to provide questions as we're going using the tools available on Zoom. And then I will try and bring those in later on into the discussion to try and make sure that this is as dynamic and interactive as can be within the limitations, of course, of COVID social distancing. So to quickly introduce myself, my name is James Black. I'm one of the research leaders in the defense program at RAND Europe, which is the European arm of the US-based RAND Corporation, a not-for-profit research institute that does a lot of work for the US and European governments, helping them think through some of their strategic and policy challenges. Incidentally, one of my US colleagues from RAND, Steve Flanagan, will be speaking in a later panel on Black Sea security, so there's enough of us to go around. At RAND, I lead a lot of studies for UK and European munitions defense, as well as for European agencies and NATO, helping them think through future issues around defense strategy, posture, and doctrine, and also organize war games and simulations looking at threats to the alliance. And it's great to see that a simulation exercise is running in parallel to this. And as has been mentioned already by the host, this is one of the first such exercises in Georgia. So it's really interesting to see that kind of capability being brought to the university. So in opening this panel, I thought I'd just set the scene around three key themes. So the first is the status of Georgia's steps towards NATO membership. The second is around kind of strategic challenges to the alliance, which of course has its own kind of broader challenges, regardless of Georgia and of the region. And then looking at kind of questions for the future for both sides, for NATO and for Georgia. So starting briefly with the Georgian side of things. As has been mentioned already, Georgia has been making a significant and in many ways outsized contribution to the alliance in recent years. And it's been indeed developing closer ties with NATO since its modern independence. First with the NATO Atlantic Cooperation Council, later through the Euro-Atlantic Cooperation Council, and of course through the Partnership for Peace, which it joined in 1994. Now, it seemed like 2008 would be a turning point in many ways, obviously both in terms of the Russia-Georgia crisis that unfortunately broke out and the conflict that led to, but also the NATO Bucharest summit, which provided an opportunity for NATO's allies, obviously not quite as many of them then as there are today, to agree that Georgia would become a NATO member in future once it met all of the necessary requirements. And something, a commitment that was reaffirmed at subsequent summits since. Now, Georgia has been heavily investing in its defense modernization, as well as in its broader security sector reform and institution building within the country. Partly, of course, to meet its own national defense requirements and its own government kind of priorities, but also as part of its efforts to try and align itself more closely with NATO and reach those accession requirements. Now, this has included ongoing political dialogue through the NATO-Georgia Commission. It's included lots of practical support on both sides through the substantial NATO-Georgia package, which was announced at the Wales Summit back in 2014. And there's been lots of initiatives around joint training, logistics, education, institution building, strategic and operational planning, interoperability, and many more areas beside. And as the ambassador has also mentioned, Georgia has also been a major contributor to operations alongside NATO allies, showing that it's willing to invest kind of treasure and blood in supporting its friends and partners around Europe and around the North American region, including operations in Kosovo, in Afghanistan, Iraq, the Mediterranean, and of course its work hosting recent regional exercises and providing kind of unique Georgian insight into Russian thinking and operations in that region. And also, of course, the broader region and other neighbors. Now, at the same time, a decade on from Bucharest, Georgia is, of course, still not yet a NATO ally. And certainly this does not seem to be a kind of lack of enthusiasm or popular support on the Georgian side. So even as within NATO, there has been kind of varying levels of enthusiasm within the public for NATO membership across different nations, and varying levels of understanding of the benefits and purpose and mission of the alliance. Georgians have kind of shown consistently high levels of support, including growing support, notably amongst those ethnic minorities within the Georgian population who have traditionally been slightly more skeptical of Georgians' plans to join the alliance. Now, our panel will interrogate why that disconnect is between some of the ambitions of 10, 12 years ago and kind of the situation we have now, and also try and think about what levers Georgia might have to try and influence NATO, both when it's outside the alliance, but also potentially in future when it's inside the alliance, how it can, as a small nation, influence that large group of large nations, and how it can kind of encourage NATO in a direction that obviously is favourable to Georgia's own priorities. Now, my second theme that I'll briefly speak about is of course, some of the major challenges that NATO faces more broadly. Now, these are important both because they, of course, are what Georgia is letting itself in for if and when it becomes part of the NATO alliance, but they also provide the political and strategic backdrop that conditions discussions around Georgia's own accession, and also conditions the sorts of capabilities, commitments, and so on that Georgia would be asked to make as an ally. Now, first of all, it's worth mentioning some of the kind of broad strategic and military challenges. And as the ambassador has ably explained, we've seen a real change in the strategic environment in recent years. We've seen a return to great power competition, or at least a return to an awareness and a prioritization of that great power competition amongst NATO, because there are many, of course, that would argue that for Russia and for others, that never really went away. We've got new threats, both above and below the threshold of open conflict, ongoing challenges from Russian military modernization and its conventional and nuclear capabilities, but also lots of activities in what is often called in the US and UK, the grey zone. So those sort of kind of deniable, non-attributable operations just below the threshold of open conflict. And we've seen certainly Ukraine, Syria, and of course, unfortunately, Georgia and other countries in the Caucasus, providing a test bed for those kind of new tactics and capabilities. We've seen a return on the NATO side then to rebuilding kind of forces, strategies and plans for high-end conflict and for deterring peer adversaries, and building more resilience, deployability and readiness, all of which introduce new challenges, of course, in a large multinational alliance. We've also seen a kind of growing membership, obviously with countries like Montenegro, Macedonia moving into the NATO orbit, and also a kind of broadening geographic remit. So thinking not just about threats from Russia and others in the north, the east and the south, but also increasingly looking further afield, looking to the high north, for example, kind of reorienting again to the Atlantic sea lines communication, thinking about Africa and what different countries and proxy groups are doing there, and also increasingly thinking about the influence of China, a growing issue of particular concern to the US, but also one that a lot of European nations are increasingly thinking about. And of course, the London Declaration in December of last year began speaking about China as an issue for the alliance and for kind of really for the first time. We've also seen NATO embracing new domains such as cyber and space. We've also seen it thinking a lot about technology and innovation. And so the NATO alliance that Georgia is kind of trying to develop its ties with is an alliance that is itself adapting, innovating and changing. And this presents a number of opportunities, but also a number of challenges for a nation such as Georgia. Now, on the political side, we've obviously got a lot of transatlantic tensions at the moment, as I'm sure you would have noticed. There have been some added pressure on NATO and pressures around burden sharing and making sure there is an equitable division of kind of contributions and commitments from different nation states. We've seen the impact of Brexit. We've seen a new relationship between the EU and NATO, renewed tensions amongst NATO allies in the Eastern Mediterranean and around Syria as well. Concerns around kind of populism and the erosion of democratic values. So we see an alliance that is, celebrating more than 70 years of working together, but clearly is also, facing the complexities of adapting to a 21st century political and strategic environment. And finally, it's worth mentioning some of the economic challenges that NATO is under. Now, of course, defense spending and difficulties in securing budget amongst other priorities such as health and education is certainly nothing new. And the growing costs of defense technology is, again, a trend that we've seen for decades now. But of course, in recent years, there's added pressure on all of this because of the strategic and military challenges I mentioned, but also some of the political pressures. And all of this, of course, been made more complicated recently for the economic impact of the COVID pandemic, which is clearly going to have a kind of short, medium and long-term effect, some of which is only just beginning to become clear. So all of this raises important questions for the future of kind of NATO-Georgia relations. And I will turn over now to some of our panelists who will start to tease out some of the answers and dilemmas associated with those questions in a bit more detail. But just so I can kind of begin to frame things in people's mind, it strikes me that the first real key question we face is how how to engage and deter Russia, including the Black Sea region, without unwanted escalation or undermining the credibility of Article 5, which is clearly a concern for some nations within NATO when they start thinking about broadening membership. How can we maximize the influence of small nations such as Georgia with and through NATO? And we'll be hearing some insights from countries such as Lithuania later in this panel, which might guide how Georgia can go about kind of using its finite political capital and military capabilities in a way that is going to get it the most influence and kind of bang for its buck within NATO. And finally, how can we think about overcoming some of the enduring practical and political barriers to closer relations with NATO, and of course to membership and making that membership success if and when it comes about. So lots of ground to cover, I'm sure you'll agree. We have obviously an interesting morning or afternoon ahead of us. So I'll just be turning over now to our panelists to hear some of their perspectives. Our first speaker is going to be Lieutenant General retired Ben Hodges, who's currently the Pershing Chair in Strategic Studies at CEPA in Washington, and formerly, and I'm sure known to many of you, as Commander of US Army Forces in Europe up until 2017. So he'll be speaking on the theme of great power competition prevents great power conflict. And with that, I turn it over now to Ben for his opening remarks of 10 minutes.
Thanks, James. So first of all, Georgia should be in NATO already. I mean, I'd like to say I don't know what we're waiting for, but of course I do know why it hasn't happened yet. But Georgia has nothing else to prove in terms of its contributions and its willingness to do what it takes. But there are a few things that still need to be done to accelerate this process. But let me be very clear, Georgia should be in NATO already. The Kremlin should not get a vote. And I think that we can discuss what needs to be done. The biggest problem is that nobody or very few people in Washington, D.C. or in Brussels truly appreciate the strategic importance of the Caucasus and of the Black Sea region, why it matters so much to the United States and to Western Europe, why this is important. And so that's why I think we've got some work to do to elevate the strategic importance. And I'm going to offer a couple of suggestions. Now, of course, the fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh here over the past 2 weeks has reminded the world why the Caucasus matters so much strategically. It is the east-west portal for oil, gas, telecom, and trade if we want to avoid having to go through Russia or Iran. The fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh has also reminded us of the lethality of a modern battlefield, the threat to civilians, and also our vulnerability to drones. I'm sure many of you have been watching the drone strikes by Azeri forces hitting tanks and vehicles and troops sitting around in the open. And it's a real vulnerability that Georgian armed forces need to be paying attention to. I will say that I'm pleased that military cooperation between the United States, NATO, and Georgia continues to improve each year in terms of scope, scale, and sophistication from the first time I went to Georgia for a Noble Partner exercise to what was just recently completed. And also the U.S. Army National Guard State Partnership Program, where the state of Georgia is partnered with the Republic of Georgia, is one of the best. And it ensures that there is a near continuous U.S. military presence in Georgia. But my recommendations, I'm breaking them down into the familiar DIME construct, D-I-M-E, diplomacy, information, military, and economy. As James said, the title of my little bit here is Great Power Competition Prevents Great Power Conflict. And by this, I mean, if we are competing in the diplomatic space, the information space, and the economic space, as well as in the military space, then the chances of a miscalculation by the Kremlin, for example, that we don't care or we're not interested, I think the chances of that miscalculation go down. So the more that we can compete in all of these spaces consistently, it actually helps prevent an actual conflict from breaking out. Now, in terms of diplomacy, number one, Georgia has got to put its voice together with other Black Sea nations in Washington and in Brussels. So with Ukraine, Turkey, Romania, and Bulgaria, the way that the Baltic countries did after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, all three got very loud and very active in Washington. And I could guarantee you that today, almost every member of Congress could correctly identify Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania on a map. I doubt that's the case when it comes to Black Sea nations. So you've got to put your voices together in Washington and in Brussels, and also use international bodies to continue to highlight Russia's occupation of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Also, your diplomatic effort has got to be focused on getting NATO to raise the priority of the Black Sea region. I'm starting to feel this a little bit, but it's not enough. The second part of this framework of DIME is the information space. And here, you've got to convince people in the West, as well as your own population, of that you do indeed support liberal democracy. This means transparency of government, transparency of legal and judicial processes, and transparency of elections. You can see very clearly how actively the Kremlin is working to cause Americans to lose confidence in our electoral process. So you can imagine then what they're doing right there in Georgia. Also, protecting of human rights, journalistic freedoms. These are all parts of competition in the information space. And finally, it goes to societal resilience. Do Georgians trust their government? Do Georgians trust the electoral process? Do Georgians trust the judicial process? If you don't, then you become much more vulnerable to Kremlin disinformation efforts and malign activity and corruption. And these are just as dangerous, maybe even more so, than Iskander missiles raining down on Vaziani or Tbilisi. The third part of the framework, military. I would say Georgia should act as if it's in NATO already. Certainly American soldiers look at Georgian soldiers as if you are already in NATO. Of course, there's not the Article 5 commitment, but in terms of standards, procedures, modernization efforts, going to military schools, exchange programs, this should be done as if you were already in NATO, and make the preparations on the ground as well. Modernization, this is not just about putting money on programs. The concept of defense, how Georgia plans to defend itself, is what should drive the modernization efforts and what programs you want to purchase. And for smaller countries that don't have huge population or huge budget, you've obviously got to be super careful here. For the Georgian Coast Guard, I would specifically recommend investing in maritime unmanned systems. These are excellent for anti-submarine, anti-mines, and they're very efficient, cost-effective. They don't require crews and a lot of infrastructure. Also, improve the collaboration with Ukrainian naval forces and Romanian naval forces. I would also recommend consideration of temporary naval facilities for the United States Navy and other allies when they come to visit, to do port visits. What can you do to increase infrastructure there? And in the same vein, I would like to see the United States Air Force establish a temporary facility there at one of the two major airfields near Tbilisi, similar to what we have at MK in Romania or Powidz in Poland, where we're accustomed to flying in and out, making it more attractive. And then finally, I'd like to see the Black Sea exercises combined into a major regional exercise, similar to what the Kremlin just did with the Kavkaz 2020. So you get Noble Partner from Georgia, Saber Guardian from Romania, and Sea Breeze, which is the Ukrainian-hosted naval exercise. Time these and bring them together to really exercise regional command and control and cooperation, and then find out how fast can we get there? How fast can allies and friends get to Georgia in time of a crisis when surely that movement will be contested? The last piece here, in terms of recommendations within the DIME construct, of course, is economy. And this to me is much more important than modernizing armed forces, because if you can make Georgia attractive to private investment from Western European countries and the United States, then Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, France will pay a lot more attention to what Russia is doing there. Georgia clearly should be the portal between Eurasia and Europe. But honestly, I have been disappointed that the Anaklia port project has been stopped by the government. Recent efforts to improve telecom communications, pipes from Eurasia through Georgia into Europe have been stopped by the parliament. So to me, this is a direct reflection of Kremlin disinformation, Kremlin corruption, Kremlin pressure. And this is why I've emphasized the importance of a strong, resilient society to be able to block that interference from the Kremlin. The economic minister of Georgia challenged me on this a few months ago, said that Anaklia was in fact a priority for the government of Georgia. And I absolutely don't believe that. If it was, it would already be well underway. The last thing that the Kremlin wants is to see Georgia being prosperous and to see European countries invested there. And that's why they're going to do everything they can to stop it. And I will stop there and look forward to questions or challenges.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And I can already see some questions coming in the Q&A function on Zoom, which is great. And we'll certainly pick those up later on once the rest of the panelists have had a chance to make their opening remarks. So that being said, our next panelist is going to be Zygimantas Pavlionis, a member of the Lithuanian Parliament who has been extensively involved with his country's European and foreign affairs, and specifically also with the relationship with NATO. So he'll be speaking on the theme of Georgia's membership with NATO, advice from Vilnius. And so with that, I turn over the floor.
Okay, I hope you hear me well. I would agree with every word General was saying, maybe just to add something from Baltic experience or Lithuanian experience. I was at NATO Bucharest summit where we've been lobbying membership action plans for Georgia and Ukraine. And I still regard the Bucharest NATO decisions as failure, as a failure of the West to project strategic vision for Europe sees to make this Europe whole and free. In a way, President Reagan and some other great visionaries did it for the Baltics. The weakness that we produced in Bucharest was a green light for Russia to occupy Georgia and Ukraine. Those countries paid a heavy price for our inability to think strategically about the region, to project the security. And I think this is something we as a West have to do for Georgia, to pay our debts, because it was wrong. I still remember sitting in NATO Chicago summit behind the Hillary Clinton. I still remember her saying that the next NATO summit will be something where we will produce map for Georgia. It didn't happen, and it continues like this. So looking to our mistakes and learning for it, we have to do it as a West. And even looking to what is happening right now in Armenia and Azerbaijan, and looking to the decisions those countries made in 2013 during Lithuanian EU presidency, when Russia pressed them to withdraw from association agreements. I think that was also another mistake. So conclusion from Baltic experience, the sooner you get the clear promise of NATO and EU membership, the better. This is the only thing that can deter Russia from further actions. We got it quite early in our history. In '93 in Copenhagen European Council, we got the green light more or less for EU, signaling that after free trade and association agreements, we will be members of the European Union. And, believe it or not, that was psychologically the year where Russia started to respect us, when they withdraw the troops, because it is not Russia that draw the line. This is us that draws the line. And unfortunately, we didn't do it. And we are not doing it for more than a decade. So this is what I have to confess from the West side. Well, of course, from Georgia's side, I would completely agree with everything General and previous speakers said. You just have to be ready, and not only ready, you have to be excellent. You cannot be average. You have to be excellent on all fronts, be it military reform, be it economic reforms, be it your democratic credentials, be it your elections that are coming so quickly, As NATO Secretary General recently said in his statement, you have to get the highest international standards, in your elections. You just have to be perfect. If you wanna be in the screens of computers of the West, you have to be exceptional. Like, for some time, Estonia was exceptional in the Baltics, and they got that prize, one of the first. Then we learned from that mistake, and we understood that we as Lithuanians, or as the Baltics, we have to be the best. So being the best is one thing. To show it and to lobby the West is another thing. To be honest, when I was ambassador in Washington, D.C., I was admired by your lobbying efforts in Washington, D.C. What it means, and also learning from Baltic example, it means a lot of money, to be honest. A lot of money that you have to allocate to this campaign. And if you see that official Washington or official Berlin or London or any other countries, they do not take into consideration, lobby not only the government, work with all possible think tanks, make contracts with them, let them write studies about you, work with universities, work with business communities, work with every congressman, go to every state, every state where they were elected, speak with their audiences. It means a lot of efforts and a lot of money. But you can do it. Work with journalists, work with the wisest brains you have in the West, work with conscience that with people with a heart in every society that you have. So make a plan to build a coalition of willing that would support your membership in NATO. It's huge work. Take the people like Ben Hodges and others, former prime ministers, presidents, who would advise your government weekly, every month, because they know the temperatures in their own countries. They know how to lobby the government. Work on party levels. I'm Christian Democrat. Okay, do it with Christian Democrats. But you see that Greens are rising in Germany. Do it with Greens. Work with Social Democrats. Work with liberals. So to make it short, well, nobody will do it for you. You have to build those coalitions using, devoted friends like us in the West. But I don't feel, to be honest, kind of leadership in this area from Georgia. When I look to your ambassadors in different countries, I don't feel that they are really caring about that. In most of the cases, those are Lithuanian or some other ambassadors who are more Georgian ambassadors than your own. But you have to have the best people, maybe even educated in those countries where you try to lobby, and drive it, finance it, lobby it on all the levels. And I think it's doable. If you will behave honestly in your country, and you will be the champion on different reforms in your country, if you will really put hard work on those lobbying efforts, in 2-3 years, well, at least in Lithuania, we have a plan to Lithuanian EU presidency in 27. We will make you member of EU. That's EU side. But let's do it also on NATO side. We are ready, but we need your leadership, devoted people, your money. We can also raise money all around, and we have to do it. EU and NATO is now turning to Balkans with a slogan that we have to kick Chinese and Russians out. Well, the same slogans could be applied to Europe's East. Look what they do with those regions. That's occupations, killings. Well, I didn't even mention Belarus, what is happening there. If the West is not spreading its strategic vision to those regions, if we just leave them in a gray zone, be sure Russians will grab it. So if we didn't learn from those mistakes, look to the Baltic example. We are example of NATO strategic and EU visions. We are happy, thriving, and trying to spread this stability all around. but don't do it like in Bucharest in 2008. That was the worst strategic mistake I ever saw. And for the last 12 or 13 years, democracy is retreating in Europe's East. And that's also responsibility of the West, not only of Georgians. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and certainly a lot for us to pick up in the Q&A later. So moving on, conscious of the time, and again, please keep the Q&A questions coming in on Zoom. Our next panelist is going to be Dr. Ian Anthony, who's Director of the European Security Programme at CEPA. So he'll be speaking on the theme of how partnership with NATO might facilitate cooperation on threats to critical infrastructure, including those posed by the use of chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear materials. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ian for your remarks.
Okay, well, thank you, James, and thank you to the organisers for the opportunity to speak with you. I hope you can hear me. I want to frame my remarks basically with two observations. The first is around the parameters of what we mean by national defence. NATO has introduced resilience guidelines, which it described as a core element of collective defence, which is really an illustration that when we think about national defence, we're talking about more than the protection of borders against armed attack. We have the attention that's paid now to so-called hybrid scenarios, conditions of neither war nor peace. And we still have the issue of counterterrorism, which is an unresolved security problem for many states. A second observation is that in the summer, NATO decided to update these resilience guidelines. And it did so because of the new conversation which was started by the COVID-19 pandemic around what is an acceptable level of risk. Accepting that it's not possible to avoid all types of risk, and that a balance has to be struck between various different types of economic activity and necessary security measures. And what do the authorities, but also what do the public consider to be acceptable levels of risk? So I think these two questions of what are the parameters of national defense and what are acceptable levels of risk are very live parts of the current debate on defense. And I'd like to just focus on one aspect, which is the risks posed by various types of hazardous materials. I think it's justifiable now to think about preparing a tailored response, because we have enough cases of the use of hazardous materials in attacks on politically exposed persons. We can go back to 2004, the poisoning of Mr. Yushchenko in the context of the color revolution brewing in Ukraine, and say that perhaps already then we should have paid much more attention to this question than we did. But since then, we've had the killing of Mr. Litvinenko using radioactive material, the attempted killing of Mr. Skripal using a chemical substance, and the still unexplained, though I think we're coming close to an explanation of what happened to Mr. Navalny. So we have an accumulation of cases which probably justifies a broader and more systematic response to various different aspects of the problem. That would include the issue of cleanup and recovery. I think the example of the attack in the United Kingdom in Salisbury is illustrative. It took almost a year to return to public use parts of a small rural city which had been exposed to milligram quantities of a very dangerous substance. If an attack like that had occurred in a major financial center or a major port, the consequences would have been much greater. The costs were very high in the UK, and we also learned that some of the response mechanisms, particularly the support which was provided by the military, was not really tailored to the contingency. The military units were trained to solve a different problem from the one that confronted them in Salisbury. There's a second dimension to that, which is the question of investigation and attribution. The attacks are also crime scenes. If you think about the attack on Mr. Litvinenko, essentially one of the larger and more populated boroughs of the City of London became an enormous crime scene for forensic investigation and follow-up law enforcement efforts. So we still have to think through how to deal with some of the specific dimensions of that. The recovery and analysis of items of evidence which are also contaminated with a dangerous substance, the management of evidence that has to be presented in a criminal case. These are all issues which deserve close attention. And finally, the nature of the response. If you can, to your own satisfaction and the satisfaction of others, attribute an attack to an external source, what are you going to do about it? And that has both a political dimension, but also a legal response in the form of international arrest warrants that you might want to issue, the question of what types of targeted sanctions might be effective and under what circumstances they would be implemented. So whether you're looking at cleanup and recovery or investigation and attribution or response, I would say there's a strong case for looking at a systematic approach to the use of hazardous materials as a risk to national defense. If we look at that in the context of NATO, as I mentioned before, the resilience guidelines already exist and they're going to be updated based on the decision in the summer. So Georgia should certainly both be aware of that and play a full role in discussing how to implement existing guidelines and how they should be modified. But I think it's possible to do more than that. The concept of total defense, which Georgia has been working with for 2 or 3 years now, would be a very good platform for discussions both with allies, such as the Netherlands or the United Kingdom, which have a similar approach, or with partners such as Sweden, so-called enhanced opportunity partners of NATO, which again has its own strong focus on a total defense concept. So there's a lot of scope there for discussion in smaller groups. There's a lot of need, I think, now for systematic analysis of events in order to look for lessons learned and good practice around the role of forensic science, around investigation techniques. And I think a strong start there has been made in the area of radioactive materials, including in the Black Sea area, where a lot of countries now have national response plans, but those national response plans still have to be exercised and they have to be connected in a regional response. But in the other areas, particularly chemical substances, there's a need for more systematic analysis of the type that's already been done for radioactive materials. And in the area of potential use of or deliberate use of disease, I think COVID-19 has really brought home the vulnerability of societies to various different types of infectious disease. And that's probably something which has also come to the attention of malign actors, as well as public health authorities. In terms of multilateral responses, there are frameworks which have been created where Georgia is not yet a member. We could draw attention, for example, to the so-called No Impunity Partnership, which was created by France in the beginning of 2018 in response to chemical attacks. So that's one example of a more politically orientated, informal network rather than an international organization. But still, I think it would be useful for Georgia to take a look at what there is already out there in terms of international networks that it might be useful to become a member of and participate in the discussions. So in conclusion, I wanted to put this on the table as an area where I think Georgia has significant resources to bring to the table. As I think the ambassador mentioned in her opening remarks, there are facilities which have been created in Georgia that can play a role in thinking through some of these problems, not least in the biofield. And Georgia is also an important partner of the European Union in thinking about the response to chemical, biological, radiological risk management. So thank you again for the opportunity, and I'm happy to take this in any direction you would like to in the Q&A.
Many thanks. A very interesting view on a particularly growing challenge for Georgia, but clearly also for countries around the world. And as you say, one that's taken on new salience, unfortunately, recently with events involving the Russian opposition leader. Now, our final panelist for this afternoon is going to be Dr. Emmanuel Dreyfus, who certainly last but not least. And I'm going to turn over the floor to them now to offer their perspective and remarks before we come back for the Q&A.
Yeah, thank you very much, James, and thank you to the University of Georgia for inviting me. My presentation will be devoted to how France supports Georgia's rapprochement with both NATO and the European Union through an enhanced political and practical defense relation. So let me first emphasize that Georgia is one of the few one of the few countries in the region, maybe the only one, with which France has such a comprehensive partnership encompassing a very wide range of different sectors, stretching from politics to trade, tourism, education, and of course, defense and security. An important milestone was recently reached in this warm, friendly, and comprehensive partnership by the establishment, roughly a year ago, of the Dimitri Amilcavari Dialogue, named after a French officer of Georgian origin, who, as a lieutenant colonel of the French Foreign Legion during the World War II, played a chief role in the French resistance against the Nazi occupation. So far, Georgia is the only country in the area with which France has institutionalized such a high-level dialogue. France's well-established defense partnership with Tbilisi plays a crucial role in this bilateral relation. The defense partnership was launched after a bilateral agreement was signed during the late 90s and reached a first major step with the funding of the Sachkere Mountain Training School in 2006 with a strong French support that has been remarkably consistent since then. On the one hand, starting from 2006, many French officers came to Sachkere to share their experience with their Georgian partners, while every year Georgian mountain instructors are invited to France at the High Mountain Training School to develop their skills and knowledge of mountain warfare. In 2010, after the training school was qualified as a Partnership for Peace Training and Education Center, many servicemen from various NATO countries started undergo training there. Mountain warfare and cooperation between the two armies were the backbone of the bilateral cooperation with Tbilisi until it reached a new level starting from the mid-2010s, when France started providing a crucial support to Tbilisi in the development of its air defense capacities, after an agreement was signed in 2015. Not only France started providing Georgia with air defense system, but, and this is of utmost importance, France accepted to take the lead of the air defense component of the NATO-Georgia substantial package, which was offered to Georgia following the Wales NATO summit in 2014. And starting from 2016, France has been sending experts, so mostly officers from the French Air Forces, to contribute to the improvement of Georgia air defense capacities. And taking the lead of the air defense component of the SNGP was not only a core milestone in the development of the bilateral defense relation, but also a way to express Paris' strong support to Georgia's efforts to move closer to NATO standards by enhancing practical cooperation. Talking about how France is supporting concrete cooperation between NATO and Georgia, I can also evoke, for instance, the various pole calls by French Navy ships in Batumi, which are both a way to demonstrate French support to the free navigation in the Black Sea, and also to conduct various exercises with Georgian partners aimed at developing interoperability. The other crucial dimension of the French bilateral defense relationship with a strong multilateral accent, if I may, is of course Georgia's participation in EU's peacekeeping mission in Africa, and more particularly in the Central African Republic. So just a few words about how this pillar of the French-Georgian defense partnership came to fruition. Georgia's contribution to the 3 successive European missions in the Central African Republic started in 2014 after Tbilisi agreed to send a 1 light infantry company-sized unit, which is about 150 servicemen, which was after replaced by a 2 platoon-sized unit, about 85 servicemen, in December 2014. In March 2015, following the launching of a military advisory mission called UMAM-RCA in the Central African Republic, so the goal of this mission was to support the authorities of the Central African Republic in carrying out reforms in the armed forces. Tbilisi agreed to participate by sending 5 servicemen for the whole mission. In the summer 2016, the European Union launched a new training mission in the Central African Republic called European Union Training Mission, in which Georgia has been one of the top contributing nations by sending from the very beginning a platoon-sized unit, so about 35 people, deployed on a 6-month rotation basis. So to my knowledge, already 5 different platoons have already been deployed to the Republic of Central Africa within the framework of this 3rd EU mission. Georgia's contribution to European Union peacekeeping mission in the Republic of Central Africa is of paramount importance for several reasons. First, of course, Georgia's contingent main task, which is securing the areas of deployment of the mission, and mainly Bangui, Central African Republic main city, so Bangui airports, has been from the very beginning highly appreciated both by other contributing nations, and first and foremost France, which is the first contributing nation, but also by the local population. Second, these deployments, together with other contribution to peacekeeping mission in Iraq, in Kosovo, in Afghanistan, have been providing crucial operational experience to Georgian armed forces, which is paramount to the further strengthening of Georgia's defense capacities. Last but not least, by providing such a crucial support to European Union's peacekeeping mission in Africa, I remind here that if I'm correct, on the average, Georgia, which is not a EU member, has from the very beginning, so from 2014, been the 2nd most important contributing nation, so after France. So by contributing to this mission, Tbilisi gives strong and concrete demonstrations of its commitment not only to be a security consumer, if I may, but also to be a security provider and a reliable partner in areas which are very remote from the Georgian territory and which constitute top priorities for the EU's diplomatic and security agenda. And these contributions are remarkable. Just a few words to conclude. I would say that speaking about defense ties between France and Georgia, it progressively shifted from a simple but robust military cooperation in the mid-2000s to a comprehensive partnership today, which is mutually beneficial both for Paris and Tbilisi, and which takes place both in the bilateral framework, but also in the multilateral one, which is within NATO and within the EU. While France is contributing to the development of Georgia's defense capacities, both by assisting the strengthening of its land defense and air defense capabilities, Georgia has been providing crucial support to France in the African theater, thus enhancing the interoperability of its armed forces and clearly demonstrating its role as a global security provider. So this was these were my main points. Thank you very much, and Didi Madloba to all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. If I can just ask all of the panelists to turn their cameras on. You can stay muted until you want to join in, but it'll make it much easier during the Q&A for me to pick up on those who are twitching to answer. Now, we've had a few questions already in the Q&A function. Obviously, all of the audience, I'd encourage you to keep adding some more in response to what you've just heard. And I will also invoke my privilege as moderator to add in a few questions myself. So I'm going to start us off with a couple of points. Now, picking up on the previous panelists' remarks, I noted that Lieutenant General Hodge spoke a lot about the need to look across the DIME framework and think about the kind of full spectrum of military and non-military capabilities and contributions that Georgia can make, and how important that is to both to Georgia, but also to NATO. Zigmanta spoke a lot about the need for Georgia to be excellent, to be exceptional, and not to be average, and to show leadership and make itself indispensable in the way that other small nations have sought to do. And we've also been hearing about specific capabilities from Dr. Anthony around CBRN, or some of the kind of broader contributions that Emmanuel has just been talking about. So all of that being the case, I'd be interested to hear people's perspectives on what they see as those areas where Georgia can show leadership and where it brings real added value to NATO. And therefore where it's going to, have the most influence within the alliance. But first of all, I'm just going to turn it over to General Hodges. There's a question in the Q&A about some of the specific developments, infrastructure in the region. So considering this is a question from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs representative. Considering the recent developments in the Caucasus, Eastern Mediterranean, and Black Sea, it is important to pay attention to the Istanbul Canal project. If the government of Turkey successfully completes its construction, what might be the implications for the Black Sea region and for the presence and policy of NATO in the area? So first of all, I'll turn over to Ben, and then if you can address my broader comment as well.
James, thanks. So I really believe in investment in infrastructure. The best way to encourage economic growth is to have good airports, seaports, highways, rail networks, all the things necessary to move stuff around. And then, of course, you have to protect that, both from cyber attack as well as from Russia's Black Sea Fleet interfering with freedom of navigation. So any investment in infrastructure that contributes to regional prosperity, I'm going to be for it. And I'm very proud that the United States has indicated it's going to contribute $1 billion through the DFC the Development Finance Corporation towards the 3 Seas initiative. Of course, that doesn't necessarily help Georgia directly, but it is an indicator that the United States is investing in the region. The port of Alexandroupoli in Greece, you've seen Ambassador Jeff Pyatt leading a lot of work down there to improve that seaport using U.S. investment there. And now ships can actually unload at Alexandroupoli, put cargo on a train, and get it up to Burgas in Bulgaria, bypassing the Turkish Straits. It's cheaper and faster. So this is a competition, I think, that will benefit everybody. Now, to the specifics of the question about the Istanbul Canal. Obviously, this is a sovereign decision for Turkey to do this, and they will have to resolve the very significant environmental issues surrounding this. And of course, the cost will be massive. I think that I don't see real implications for Montreux Convention if this canal is completed, because it only affects the upper part. You still have to go through Sea of Marmara and then down through the Dardanelles. So I don't know that changes Montreux. And frankly, from an American standpoint, I don't think we want to change Montreux. In the great scheme of things, I think it's to the advantage of NATO that a NATO country, Turkey, can actually limit what comes in and goes out. But this does remind me again of the importance of this Anaklia port. I know some people think I've got target lock on this thing, but if you if you can think about why the Kremlin is so against it, because, and also there's internal issues. People in Batumi and Poti are not anxious to see big competition there. But if you have a deep water port in Anaklia, then the biggest ships that can come in the Black Sea can then come to Georgia. And you start talking about rail cars coming from China all the way to Europe, and you can shave 8, 10, 12 days off the amount of time it takes to move a rail car from Shanghai to Duisburg without going through Russia and without going through Iran. I have a hard time finding the downside to that, which of course is exactly why the Kremlin's against it. Last point I'd make is I thought Ambassador Pavlonis was excellent in his description of what Georgia needs to be doing, putting its voice together with other nations to elevate the significance of the Black Sea region, why it matters for the United States, why it matters for Germany, why it matters for the West, that the Black Sea be a higher priority. And if you do that, then you get more Navy presence there, you get more collaboration. And frankly, I'm tired of us always reacting to what the Kremlin does. We need to get the initiative there instead of always reacting to the Kremlin.
Fantastic, thank you so much. I mean, are there any thoughts from Sigimantas on that point about where is it that Georgia can show leadership, and where might it add the most value to NATO? That what benefits it brings as a potential NATO ally in future?
Well, honestly, the sound was so poor that I was not able to hear the response from Ben and even the question. So if you could try maybe again, but I didn't get it.
Yeah, let me try again. So the question was, where can Georgia show leadership? What are the areas that it has particular strengths, and what can it bring to NATO as a potential ally?
Okay, maybe if I understood it well, what could be the strengths of Georgia in trying to lobby its case?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my God. Okay, sound is very bad. I'm so sorry, but well, I would say if I've got it right, yeah. Well, starting from Baltic experience, the democracy record is, I think, most important to lobby the case. We had few problems in Georgia in this regard. Well, I'm happy that some compromises were found with electoral law and so on. But I really hope that for incoming elections, Georgia will show its best record ever. Yeah, well, that would help us to lobby the Georgian case in the West. Where we had some issues here. Well, the pendulum of power should change. This looks suspicious when the power is staying in one hands for consecutive parliamentary elections. You cannot sell it in the West. So Georgia has to first of all, learn consensus of left and right of all political spectrum on most strategic goals, including NATO membership. In Lithuania, that was our key key step of wisdom to success. All traditional parties each year renewed agreement that we have to stand together for NATO and democracy. It was never questioned. The problem with Georgia, sometimes with Ukraine and some other countries, that those political leaders who get in power, they usually imprison their opposition speakers, and this is something not to do in the future. We learn from our mistakes, but please embrace each other first win NATO membership and then, quarrel if you want inside NATO, but please respect each other. This is something to be learned from Baltic experience, I would say. But, well, on economic fronts, Georgia is doing quite great, but still they could do much better in case they promote its success, as they've been doing for some time. On military fronts, they already lead us in a lot of respects. But I would say mostly I would return to this democratic criteria. Be champion on democracy. Show it, not only in different kind of figures, but how do you treat opposition? How do you treat people who think differently? Create broad coalitions. Show that you behave differently from very frequent examples of Eastern behavior. Be different. Be champion. Be number one on democracy. I think that is now most important, looking especially for general elections in a few weeks.
Fantastic, thank you. And just to reassure you, we can, well, at least certainly I can hear you very well, so the sound seems to be coming through at the very least. Emmanuel, Ian, any further thoughts on this first question? If not, I'll move on to some of the other questions in the Q&A. Okay, well, I'm going to turn it now to the next question, which I'm going to guess is directed at you, Dr. Dreyfus. So how do you see the French contribution to the NATO enhanced capabilities in the eastern flank, and particularly with regard to Georgia? So where you see that kind of future French contribution and bilateral partnerships in the region?
The question is, how do I see the French contribution to NATO-Georgia relation, right?
Yes, exactly. Broadening in future.
Yeah, so it has been thriving for the past few years. So I'm not like within the decision-making process. But, I guess that it will keep going this way for the years to come. The most important to bear in mind, I think, is that to my understanding, the French approach is currently based on focusing really on the practical dimension of NATO-Georgia cooperation. And that's why taking the lead of its air defense component of the SNGP was a very important move for France. Rather, of course, the political support, the French political support to Georgia remains intact, but it seems that now both what really counts right now is to enhance Georgia defense capability. It's to support Georgian defense reform, and that's why the French approach is based on the practical side of this cooperation. And just if I can add, like, I can provide a broader picture of French involvement in the NATO eastern flank. It's not only with Georgia, but it also with the role played by France in the enhanced forward presence in the Baltic states, of course. And more broadly speaking, so not only about NATO, but about French involvement in the region. It's of course about French political contribution to the process in Ukraine and in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. So the approach is both political and practical. And when it comes to Georgia, France has decided to focus on the practical dimension of its this contribution.
Fantastic. Ian, you talked a lot about obviously the challenges around resilience, which is just one example of an area where there are those kind of practical challenges that around capability development and modernization that Emmanuel was just talking about. I mean, what are the things that a small nation such as Georgia can do with finite resources to increase its own resilience, but also in doing so to obviously make itself more attractive and more credible as a future NATO ally?
Yes, well, I think we could point to some things that Georgia has already done. I mean, it was a significant beneficiary of external assistance to combat threats to nuclear security, for example. But through that external assistance, it's built a quite effective national response plan, which could be the platform for a broader discussion with neighboring countries in the Black Sea region about how to develop an effective regional response. I would say probably best if that's approached with a certain degree of humility, that Georgia has very interesting things to bring to the table, but it's not seeking to be an instructor of its neighbors, but to facilitate a constructive dialogue. So I think building those kind of regional cooperation arrangements around things that Georgia has already achieved would be one way forward. The second point would be that Georgia is the focal point for the European Union's regional response to CBRN risk. The Secretariat is based in Tbilisi. There are important facilities like the biological laboratory, which has been built with external assistance. So I think Georgia has important things to bring to the table. I would just say, I mean, it is a rather technical discussion. And the question of how to leverage those technical issues to bring about political change is probably an interesting one to think about. I'm not sure if these very technical approaches can really produce the kind of political payoff that some of the other panelists are referring to, but they're very useful and necessary steps. So I would say the more that can be done to encourage the leverage of existing responsibilities, of existing capabilities rather, the better.
I see from the Q&A that we've got my RAND colleague, Steve Flanagan, would like to ask and answer a question live. So I'm just going to quickly bring Steve in, if you'd like to turn your camera on, Steve.
All right, can you hear me? I actually had a question for General Hodges. I was intrigued by your suggestion that perhaps looking at unifying the various exercises that take place in the region, Noble Partners, Seabreeze, and I wondered, do you think that's a function that NATO should play, or is that something the United States could work together across services to try to bring together in a more coherent way the overall efforts to enhance regional stability and ability to response to emerging crises? Thanks.
Hey, Steve, thanks very much. I think probably the United States should go ahead and lead on this, since the Noble Partner exercise is a Georgian American multinational exercise that usually includes the UK and one or two other countries. And then of course, Seabreeze is a Ukrainian hosted naval exercise. But I think that, you know, what'll happen is kind of like with the Defender 20 exercise, the large redeployment of forces from the United States to Europe that was unfortunately curtailed this summer by COVID. NATO has now adopted it, and next year we'll have Steadfast Defender 21. So the alliance is putting its logo basically and adding its own objectives and expanding the exercise, which is exactly, you know, what I think should be happening. So if the U.S. could encourage a collaboration of these things, and it's not so much that I'm trying to have a big giant exercise that would alarm people, but if there ever is a conflict in Georgia, for example, or in the region where the United States would need or want to be able to come to the assistance of our partners, you know, you have to practice, as you well know, you have to practice the movement. I mean, you have to get there. You've got different rail gauge in Georgia than you have in Western Europe. So if you put, we put equipment on a ferry in Burgas, in Bulgaria, the equipment goes on train, rolls right onto the ferry, and it's a different rail gauge on the ferry than the one that it got there. So you have to practice these things. And also I'd be looking for alternative routes, you know, to be able to convoy through Turkey, for example, to get to Georgia. I mean, we're working through all the many challenges of this, airspace management, integrated air and missile defense. That would be the beauty of something like this. And also, frankly, this is part of taking the initiative in the Black Sea. Instead of wringing our hands about, oh, Montreux won't let us do stuff, we figure out how do you get the most out of the potential capacity that actually is there.
Great, thank you.
I mean, of course, General Hodges, you've brought us there kind of closer to thinking about some of the practicalities of how NATO would, you know, deploy forces forward, not necessarily, you know, because of a conflict, but at least just to maintain a forward posture and obviously a credible deterrence in and around Georgia. There's a couple of questions we've had in the Q&A around the idea of an amended Article 5. As we all know, Russia has obviously viewed its occupation of a large chunk of Georgia as a kind of de facto way of vetoing membership, or a potential way of convincing, you know, more reluctant members within NATO that if Georgia were to enter into the alliance, that could quite quickly kind of trigger a conflict if, you know, Article 5 were to be invoked, which is clearly something that some within NATO are rather concerned about. There's this idea of amending Article 5 to try and kind of get around that in terms of looking at, you know, what geographic areas things apply to and what sort of requirements might be placed on kind of Georgian security and territorial integrity before we get to the kind of Article 5. Just drawing on those two questions. So, you know, one in the Q&A asks, do we believe in the applicability of an amended Article 5? Any of the panelists? And then the other one says that the idea of an amended Article 5 for Georgia is intriguing, and it begs for practical mechanisms for increased security before it's in place. You know, do we think this is credible? I'll turn over now to the panelists to hear your thoughts. Perhaps if we go back to Lieutenant General Hodges first.
So first of all, I don't think you need to. No, let me say it a different way. We got to make sure we're doing everything we can. That's the collective we, and Georgia especially, to be as indigestible as possible, to make it look so painful that the Russians would not even be willing to consider doing again what they did in 2008, that it would be so costly in every single category. And we should, that's why the idea of a large exercise, and also making it clear to the Kremlin that if they were to go into Georgia again, we won't necessarily retaliate near Georgia. We're going to retaliate somewhere else and inflict with what we would call a horizontal escalation and inflict a lot of pain there. Now, I think that the statement by Foreign Minister Lavrov back in September of 2019 was incredibly an appalling statement when he says, well, you know, if NATO invites Georgia to join, but including only the territories that are administered by Tbilisi. In other words, yes, don't bring Abkhazia and South Ossetia, we won't go to war. I mean, what an outrageous statement by supposedly one of the deans of the diplomatic community of Europe to say something like that. I think that the alliance should invite Georgia to join today, do what we said we were going to do. And then if people are concerned about Abkhazia and South Ossetia, remember, we welcomed Germany, West Germany, into the alliance in 1962, when 1/3 of Germany was still occupied by 1 million Soviet troops. And at the time, people thought, oh my God, you know, Germany's gonna be divided forever. It actually has been reunified now longer than it was divided. So put a little historical context on this. We just celebrated the 30th anniversary of the reunification this past weekend in Germany. So I would say never, ever, ever, ever acknowledge or agree to annexation or partition, but don't be deterred by the fact that you've got Russia occupying those two regions of Georgia.
Ian, do you want to jump in?
Yes, I think it's a very interesting discussion. I mean, I'm sure that within the framework of the alliance, that proceed with caution would probably be the watchword, since the alliance has been so successful over time. And so any suggestion of moving away from things like a consensus principle would be looked at for a long time before people were willing to go down that track. But nevertheless, I think the issues are on the table now, and in two senses. One is the concern that whatever capabilities you create may never be used because of the difficulty of reaching political agreement on what to do and when to do it. And so you have ideas around like so-called constructive abstention, where a country might say, look, we're not sure that this is the right thing to be doing, but we're not going to block a decision to use NATO assets in this contingency. You could almost say that's a little bit of what happened with Libya. I mean, there were countries like Germany that were deeply skeptical but didn't prevent the operations. And the second issue of whether you have topics and issues with this constantly shifting idea of what national security is, that countries will argue fall outside the parameters of Article 5 and don't meet various criteria. So bottom line, I think this discussion about who's going to react to what and when, it's increasingly coming to the surface. And if you continuously say, well, we don't believe that this meets the criteria for collective action, more states are going to say, well, what's the purpose of this alliance if our national security interests somehow are outside the framework of what's permissible?
Absolutely. I mean, I think jumping in on that point, it clearly raises issues that aren't specific to Georgia, but certainly affect Georgia around, some of the kind of sub-threshold threats that, have already been mentioned, around cyber, electronic and information operations, around disinformation, around economic coercion, and how these are interpreted differently by different nations within NATO, and what we, collectively see as a legitimate and proportionate response to potential forms of attack or subversion. These are kind of live debates. I mean, NATO has, only 4 years ago recognized cyber as a domain, for example. It's only just published its first doctrine on how cyber operations should work. And clearly there are, deep divisions between different national perspectives on things like offensive cyber capabilities. So against that backdrop, the NATO is itself kind of in a state of flux when it comes to understanding where some of those thresholds might be, or at the very least how they might be communicated politically, and then obviously communicated through, posture and forces and exercises and all of the other things that go into maintaining a deterrence. Just want to see if Emmanuel or Zigomantas, if you wanted to jump in on that question around Article 5. I will take silence as a no. So we have another question in the Q&A, kind of turning to more regional security dynamics, which is what we see as Georgia's responsibility towards Armenia and Azerbaijan, given the ongoing conflict and tensions there. And I think I would add to that, building on some of the comments earlier from Zigomantas about the lack of a strategic vision from NATO. What could NATO also be doing in the region to enhance regional security? So I think I'll turn over to Ben first, if that's okay.
Well, again, sound is very poor for some reason, but I will try to reply from the pieces I got from the previous question. As I understood, you've been asking what about those occupied territories and if NATO membership for Georgia can even more provoke Russia. So Lithuanian experience is very different. Actually, one of the biggest mistakes of the West that they do think that Russians behave in a way you behave. In Russia, words and deeds, this is something completely different. If they say that something will provoke you, actually do exactly the opposite. You know, they were saying to us that, oh, EU and NATO membership for Baltics will actually provoke Russia. Honestly, if we would follow this Russian advice today, we would be simply occupied. You know, we would be in a similar situation like Ukraine or Georgia or even Belarus. We never listened to Russian fairy tales. The same was said about Kaliningrad enclave. Well, if Lithuania joins, it will provoke, you know, the Third World War. Don't listen to that, because Russians see, if you listen to their arguments, they will exactly understand that you are weak and they can proceed. That was exactly what happened in Bucharest. You got that kind of propaganda from Russia, and it froze the action from the West. Yeah, you have to do it differently. You have to firmly, okay, we as a West, we have to firmly state about Georgia's membership. And be it Cyprus, be it German history, you know, all the problems that Russians created on those territories, well, they will be solved with the time. But if you will, if we will demonstrate our weakness to Russia, they will go until the limit. You know, they simply conquer those territories. We set the red lines for Russians. If Russians don't feel it, they go. This is not kind of, you know, or the leadership. I don't say about the nation. The leadership doesn't abide to international rules or rules that we set. They go until the limit we set to them. So I think the only way to save Georgia, to save Caucasus, to save Ukraine, to save even Belarus, to be very clear about our strategic vision. Those are European countries. They belong to the West. Russia, this is not your territories. Get out, please. Yeah, you know, tear down those walls, as Reagan was saying. That actually makes the best impression on Kremlin leadership, and they leave those territories. But if you do say nothing, if you mumble for 12 years, if you make promises and say actually nothing, they will proceed, because they understand that you are weak, you have no resolve, you have no vision, and they will always find that vision. And finally, what I wanted to say, listening to your previous debates, well, on Georgia, you know, I understand that you look perfect, well, to compare with other nations, but as some of you mentioned, you still have to apply a regional approach. To sell just Georgia in the West, in Europe's East, it's too difficult. You have to sell the whole concept, the whole region, be it Black Sea, be it Ukraine and Georgia, but moving groups. Later, you know, the West will make a selection and real champions will be awarded. But even, for example, Georgian silence on events in Belarus, it sounds very strange in Lithuania. You know, Lithuanians are fighting and dying for democracy in the East. So why Georgia is silent about what is happening in Belarus? You know, why don't you support it? Because that's the same case. Kremlin is killing freedom all around, in all neighboring countries. So if today you are asking me to lobby for your NATO membership, why are you so silent when Belarusians revolt for their freedom? Why do you more or less recognize Lukashenko regime? This is stupid. This is not the case. And you know, then when you next time will ask my support on you, I will remind you about that. You know, stay in solidarity with all the nations in the Europe seas, because the enemy is the one. This is Kremlin that is attacking us all. So stay with Belarusians, stay with Ukrainians, stay even with Moldovans. They are in more difficult situation. You know, look around, look to Caucasus. I understand that this is so difficult and divided, but do something. Glue the, you know, 3 countries in the Caucasus. It sounds very difficult, but do it. You know, the more difficult, the better. You know, we were also different in the Baltics, but we managed to stay together. Now we are with Nordic countries. Regional approach will save you. If you think that you can survive alone, not true.
Thanks for that. And we've just heard there, about the need for Georgia to be a kind of a glue in regional security. Ben, just some kind of final comments there before we wrap up the Q&A.
So thanks, James. And I associate myself with everything that Zigis just said. To the question about what responsibility does Georgia have with regards to the fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh? For sure, only the Kremlin benefits from this fighting. Nobody else benefits. Only the Kremlin benefits, and that's their approach, is to keep instability around its periphery through proxies. And I think that they're going to allow the fighting to go a little bit longer, but then they're going to stop it as long as their interests are still being protected. But the reason this matters for Georgia is the transit route between Eurasia and Europe has to go through Azerbaijan and Georgia. And so you need a stable, secure environment. The so-called Gania Gap has got to be protected from Armenian rocket fire, all the things that are being done here. So I think Georgia should be drawing attention to the fact that disruption of oil and gas moving east and west or other trade through this portal, it's going to have a negative downstream effect on Europe. And so once again, this goes back to highlighting the strategic importance of the Caucasus, and Georgia needs to be a loud voice about this.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. As I just do some kind of quick closing remarks, and then we'll wrap up this first session, conscious of the need to get on to lots of more interesting debates in the course this afternoon. We've discussed a lot collectively about some of the challenges, but also the opportunities that Georgia faces at the moment. I think there's kind of violent agreement around that Georgia brings a lot to NATO, potentially in terms of its capabilities, in terms of its evident ability to commit and contribute to NATO operations, even though it's not been a NATO member up until now. Its ability to understand and offer a kind of unique perspective on Russia as a neighbor, as a threat, as a large nation that we all have to live with and engage with, and of course successfully deter where necessary. But also its broader understanding of an increasingly vital region within Europe, both kind of politically but also economically, as has been discussed. So clearly, there was a lot of enthusiasm there from many quarters for seeing an increased role for Georgia with and eventually within NATO, but also some real challenges that remain in terms of kind of the politics of how we push that through, how we untangle some of the kind of political opposition and practical barriers to membership, and also how we bring not just Georgia into the kind of NATO way of thinking, but also the broader region, and as has been mentioned just now, including also a kind of sustainable security and kind of broader reforms for Armenia and Azerbaijan. So with that, I'd like to thank all of the panelists for their contributions. I'd like to thank them for putting up with Zoom technology. And also thank you to everyone who has been listening and also who's contributed questions in the Q&A function. It's much appreciated. With that, I'll turn it back over to our hosts who will hopefully set up the plan for the second panel, which I understand will be beginning shortly.
welcome you all for the second panel of this conference. I hope you can hear me clearly and the sound is perfect. Actually, I asked you to confirm that you can hear me well. So the objective of this panel is to shed light on the military developments in the South Caucasus region. Primarily, of course, with the focus on Russian military posture, to analyze the capabilities on the ground, but at the same time, we are here to review non-military hybrid tools available here in the region, and also dig deeper into potential consequences for the countries of the South Caucasus region. We also will review the existing conflicts here with specific focus on the, for the moment, the Karabakh conflict, which is cleared up and in everybody's mind. We have to review the scenarios of development, review the possible de-escalation scenarios, and probably come up with some viable suggestions. So I will briefly present speakers, and then we'll allow each of you, starting first with Siniku Kasari, to make a presentation, and then of course I will use my exclusive rights to intervene in case I have some specific question. But of course, you know, we have specific section here, Q&A section, roughly 30 minutes, in which I'm going to collect all questions and then redirect them towards respective speaker. So without further ado, I will introduce Mrs. Siniku Kasari with her topic, regional dynamics, and where we might have gotten it wrong. I will briefly read all the titles and the insignia you have so that the listeners understand who is the presenter is. Siniku is a senior associate analyst at the European Union Institute for Security Studies. Her area of expertise in the post-Soviet region, Russia, the Eastern Partnership countries in Central Asia. Prior to joining the European Union Security Studies Institute, Siniku worked at the Policy Planning and Research Unit of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland. She also worked the Mission Analytical Capability Unit of the European Union Monitoring Mission in Georgia, so she has extensive experience with the situation here on the ground. And also she worked in the Russia and Eastern Neighborhood Program at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. She holds a PhD in International Relations from the London School of Economics and Political Science. So I am sure everybody knows your CV and bio very well, and the questions will be designed to meet your bio requirements well. So you are more than welcome to start with your presentation. The floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to participate in this panel, but unfortunately we didn't meet in Tbilisi, but you know, this is a second best alternative. In any case, I'm currently writing a longer piece on Turkish-Russian relations with two of my colleagues. So my original idea for this presentation was to analyze the military conflicts in the region from this wider geopolitical perspective. Now, I must say that, of course, the situation changed quite dramatically since, you know, I promised to talk about this topic because of the hostilities that we are now witnessing in Nagorno-Karabakh. And I think then, you know, the situation on the ground is very actively challenging some of my original hypotheses. So perhaps this is kind of like a good moment to reflect on those. I mean, this is very much work in progress, and I very much welcome your comments and ideas and views on the topic. I think you know, it would be just good to examine some of the original hypotheses, critically in light of the current events to see, where we might have gotten our analysis wrong and what has in fact enabled the developments that we are witnessing today. So first, I would like to start with the original idea that Turkey and Russia are very highly competitive, yet pragmatic regional actors who understand each other. So basically, our original assumption was that Russia and Turkey are very highly status-driven actors that are very competitive actors and whose agendas and interests in the region are often contrary to one another. So there are kind of like significant tensions in the relationship, yet we also emphasize that there are many factors that are actually mitigating this conflict between them. So first of all, I think our analysis was based on the fact that, both actors have relatively limited resources at their disposal, and then they have a bigger mission to realize, bigger mission internationally, and that fact, that ambition basically mitigates the conflict between them. So first of all, you would have this sort of like the opposition to the Western liberal values and institutions, and an attempt to and desire to increase their relative power within the current system. And also, I think another factor that might be mitigating the conflict between them is, of course, also a compatible understanding of the nature, limits, and risks in their relationship. So they both see their countries as civilizational forms that do not integrate to other structures, and of course they can create their own, but there are limits to their desire to integrate to Western or any other institutions. And I think that the understanding of the rules of the international games are very similar, and they both acknowledge that the other party, if Russia or Turkey would significantly weaken, the other one would probably take advantage of that. But they still can communicate and mitigate the conflicts between them because they have a same view of the rules of the game, basically. So interestingly, I think that there is a degree of trust that arrives from the fact that the expectations of each other and reality match. And it's a bit of an antithesis of the EU-Russia relationship, where basically the parties see each other in a very different light, and their expectations and reality do not match at all, which creates then kind of like this cycle of distrust. So in a way, although, this is definitely not a relationship where conflict wouldn't be there, but just the kind of basic presumptions about the relationship are similar. And therefore, our at least original idea was that that we didn't really pay enough attention to the kind of changing dynamics, and the fact, for example, that, you know, what we have witnessed is kind of like accumulative militarization within the region, and also Turkey's and Russia's more intensive engagement in Syria has also reflected very negatively on in other fronts as well. So I think this is perhaps something that we didn't quite see as clearly as we should have. So I think, and then I would like to add a third factor, which is definitely for example, the increasing reliance on paramilitaries and mercenaries in Syria, and that is now spilling over. I think this is one of the very critical things. So although this kind of web of enmities and amities might bring certain stability when it comes to kind of like the old-fashioned war, but now that we are seeing this kind of gray zone tactics, and also that Turkey is engaging with the so-called hybrid influencing much more, that really changes the dynamic also in this region. So I think, you know, this doesn't really bode well, I think, for the region and its stability in future. Well, thirdly, and this is my last point, is that, you know, well, I mean, the original thesis was that as long as there is no dramatic change in relative power between Russia and Turkey, the conflicts in South Caucasus are likely to remain in check, or not necessarily only between them, but also with the local actors. And I think, although we haven't seen like a massive change in relative power within the region, something has clearly changed. So also we got this wrong. And here I think that it seems that Turkey's position has shifted quite dramatically over the past years. And definitely its support to Azerbaijan has strengthened. And I think added to that is the fact that Russia's traditional policy that has served it quite well for the past 15 or so years is not necessarily delivering that much anymore. So also there is this, although there isn't really that much shift in the power balance, nevertheless, there are shifts that we should have taken into account earlier, I think. And one of the consequences of this is also that, you know, internal issues play much bigger role than perhaps what we understood. And I think, you know, internally and economically weakening actors that are very much competitive and status-driven actors, they often have very risky foreign policies. And I think this is exactly what happened in Turkey, that its calculations have changed in the region. So Erdogan is basically using assertive foreign policy, really about NATO and its dynamic. So I think this is something like, because NATO has really approached hybrid influencing as something that it needs to counter that is coming from the outside. But what if NATO members in future will engage in hybrid influencing more? I mean, what does that mean for the alliance?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sinikuka. It was an excellent introduction into geopolitics of the region. I already noted for me 4 questions. They're really specifically the last 2 seem to me very important, but I will reserve these questions for the Q&A session, and then we'll try with you together to clarify and find out what is your vision and response to those questions. So thank you very much. Stay online. And the next speaker is Dr. Mark Galeotti. I don't think that he needs to be introduced, specifically for those fellows and students who are busy with the notion of Gerasimov doctrine. His title of today's presentation is not less intriguing. It is called Proxy, Spies, and Saboteurs: How to Identify, Resist, and Deter covert and deniable threats. Just a brief still introduction, bio to Dr. Galliotti. He's an expert in modern Russia, especially in security politics, intelligence services, and criminology. He's based in London. He is the director of the consultancy Mayak Intelligence and is affiliated with multiple think tanks and universities. He's a senior associate fellow at the Royal United Services Institute and a non-resident fellow with the Institute of International Relations, Prague, the Middle East Institute Frontier Europe Initiative, and I was, to me, very interested that he is a professor at several universities, including MGIMO, Moscow. And from the very beginning, you might reserve this question for you, Mark, is that do you still teach at MGIMO after your publication on Gerasimov Doctrine and Hybrid Warfare? So with that, I will finish my introduction, and of course, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I'm delighted to be here, though obviously would rather actually be there in the flesh rather than just virtually. And on your point about MGIMO, well, I would have been there this spring had it not been for the pandemic, and we'll see. There is a point at which I must say sort of each year I think, well, I wonder if they'll invite me back again. So far they have, so we shall wait and see. But yes, so I want to particularly bring the focus onto Georgia, in some ways using Georgia as an example for the wider challenges that all the states of, well, we still haven't really come up with a good term. Post-Soviet states is increasingly dated. Near abroad is essentially neo-colonial Russian term. Countries that happen to be bumping into Russia doesn't, also would apply to China. So we're still methodologically thinking of something there. But anyway, exactly, I want to look at the range of covert or at least deniable threats that Georgia faces, given that my esteemed panel members will be looking at much more of the military specific issues. And in particular, because obviously Georgia not only has, but continues to face the full spectrum of Russian forms of what's also been called calibrated coercion, ranging all the way from overt direct military operations through to subversion, disinformation, and so forth. And I want to start with three problems before going on to these three responses. And the three problems are, first of all, actually understanding the nature of the challenge. By which I don't mean the Gerasimov Doctrine, which doesn't exist, just to put that out there. But the point is, in a way, we have to realize that the Russians, in a way, have conceptualized this in two different ways for two different types of instrument and audience. The military, of course, have been looking at all the ways in which in the modern world it is possible to use non-kinetic, non-military means, but essentially to prepare the battlefield. So that when you do send in your little green men, your polite people, or your full-scale, deeply unpolite large green tanks, you have, as far as possible, shifted the calculus of the battle in your direction. Now, this is not new. This has been something that armies have done since time immemorial. They have used deception. They have used subversion. But the point is, in the modern world, in which we are all essentially interconnected into a single information space, in which we are all so much more dependent upon means technological as well as the kind of the political context in which our forces operate, there are just vastly more opportunities for the military to do this. And obviously the classic example of this is Crimea, in which before the Spetsnaz and the naval infantry left their barracks to seize the peninsula, we had the case of a variety of means, including just outright cyber attacks being used to break the chain of command so that units could not contact their bases back in Kiev or elsewhere. We had subversion being used both to undermine the morale and loyalty of many of the Ukrainian forces that were there, but also to generate a force of so-called local self-defense auxiliaries. In any case, were nothing more than local organized crime figures who had been essentially bought up as mercenaries to provide some kind of deniable local dimension to the occupation of the peninsula. And so generally speaking, all this was done, but the point is, as I said, it was all as a prelude to the actual military operation. And that's how the military conceptualizes. You know, when one looks, yes, people like Chief of the General Staff Gerasimov talk about all these things. But when it comes down to it, this is still a military that sees itself exactly as a military force for peer-to-peer operations, high-tempo military operations. And where do they want to spend their money? They want to spend their money on shiny new tanks and aircraft and missiles, rather than troll farms or the like. But then within the civilian national security establishment, particularly around the Security Council and the presidential administration, which are the real powerhouses of Russian policymaking, there we have a concept that has emerged that is much more like the original notion of political war, which is that essentially, maybe you don't need to send in the troops. Maybe you can actually achieve your national aims only through subversion and demoralization and destabilization and so forth. So for them, this is often an alternative to military force, especially one which can then be used, for example, against NATO countries, which, because of the Article 5 guarantee, means that they are essentially bulletproof against direct military intervention. You know, Russia is aware that it cannot take on NATO. You know, it's worth noting, after all, European NATO, without the Americans, without the Canadians, still has more ground troops than the entire Russian military. And of course, of those Russian troops, many of them are having to be kept in the North Caucasus, many of them having to be kept in Crimea, Ukraine, and around Ukraine, and others are having to be kept along the Chinese border. So this is an alternative. When you can't actually go to war, you have this alternative means. The particular problem for us is that in the early stages, these are going to be ways of aggression that look exactly the same. They use the same instruments, you know, whether it's in terms of the intelligence services or whether it's in terms of disinformation or cyber attacks or whatever. And so one of the key questions is always, where is this going? Is this a prelude to military action? Or is this in fact the full essence of the aggression? So that's always going to be a very difficult policy challenge to respond to. Second key issue, key dilemma, is we have a tendency often to think of everything as being sort of run out of the Kremlin, that Putin is this brooding geopolitical chess player who's working everything else out in advance. That's not the way, obviously, Russia works. And the trouble is that often the initiatives that countries face have not been directly mandated by the Kremlin, but instead are generated by a whole range of semi-autonomous actors who are trying to basically please the Kremlin by acting along the lines that they believe the Kremlin would like them to operate. So one of the other challenges is this: has this come from Moscow directly, or has this come from other actors who just simply think that that's what Moscow wants from them? And that leads to the third challenge, which is precisely the sheer range of actors involved. All of the Russian intelligence services, the Foreign Intelligence Service, the SVR, military intelligence, the GRU, technically currently the GU, but everyone still calls it the GRU, and the Federal Security Service, which the FSB, which was intended to be an essentially domestic security agency, but because of the Russian mindset, also regards all of the, what was the post-Soviet space as being domestic in their terms, and indeed has been operating even more broadly than that of late. So all of them are operating, and often operating at cross purposes, entirely separately, because they're all competing. The nature of the Russian system is highly competitive, carnivorously competitive, as they all try and show that they're the ones who are the better agent of the Kremlin. But then beyond that, we have not just the foreign ministry, but Rossottrudnichestvo, the agency which is meant to be working with Russian nationals throughout the world. We have the Russian Orthodox Church. We have a whole range of oligarchs and minigarchs, some who have their own personal agendas, and others who instead just simply realize that if they can carry out some kind of successful operation that will advance the Kremlin's agenda, they will be rewarded. And in the particular case of Georgia, we also have local authorities in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, who we shouldn't regard them as being purely proxies and mindless agents of Moscow. They have their own agendas. Now, they obviously have to work with Moscow, but like any kind of colonial power, shall we say, Moscow always has to realize that the people who are notionally its subjects will be busy trying to use Moscow to their own ends. So a whole variety of overlapping and interconnecting and sometimes even competitive agendas at work, but all of them manifesting themselves in these kind of covert challenges to Georgia's sovereignty, its statehood, its borders, clearly, as we know, but also its capacity to act and to react, its capacity to resist, its capacity, in effect, to stand up to a large and bullying neighbor. So, obviously, what do we do about this? Well, what does Georgia do about this? And I broke this into three categories: identify, to resist, and to deter. I think they're all important ones to raise. To identify, and again, I think one of the key points that's worth making here is there is always a danger of Russian covert operations being used as a political instrument. In other words, that everyone claims the other person is somehow a dupe or a proxy of Moscow. It's actually very, very toxic and corrosive. Remember, one of the key things that the Russians want to do is precisely undermine the credibility and the plausibility of not just the government, but the whole political system in its target countries. Instead, this is very much an area in which we need detailed information gathering and analysis. And in a country like Georgia, I mean, there is, for obvious reasons, actually a disproportionately strong basis of this. But again, it's disproportionately strong for a small country. And I think this is therefore one of the areas that when the West looks at ways it wants to assist countries such as Georgia, the temptation is to think of big ticket items, military cooperation and so forth. Actually, when it comes to these kind of intellectual exercises, actually a relatively small amount of money goes a long, long way. I mean, 5 million euros or dollars. From the point of view of the External Action Service or State Department or Pentagon, it is pretty much nothing. It's the money that you find behind the cushions of the sofa. But on the other hand, its actual impact on the ground, if that is spent on supporting information gathering and analysis operations in country, would be massive. So I think this is an area in which one can't expect countries to be able to do it all themselves, but it's a very, very cost-effective way of assisting them. Secondly, resisting. I mean, this is an area where, on the one hand, it's clearly a job for counterintelligence services, and both the intelligence service and the state security service in Georgia clearly are doing their work. But again, we have to accept the extent to which Russia inevitably outguns any of its neighbors, on these kind of covert battlefields as well as the overt battlefield. So obviously that's an area for support, but much beyond that, we have to look at issues such as government transparency, anti-corruption, political integrity. These are all the kind of things that allow a country to resist Russian covert destabilization all the more effectively. And I mean, if we look at, for example, at the anti-corruption struggle, in Georgia, it made phenomenal progress until relatively recently, when most international observers frankly see that there's been something of a slide backwards. This is tremendously dangerous because that is one of the crucial instruments that the Russians can use to gain footholds and in the same process undermine, once again, the credibility of the political system in case. And finally, in terms of resisting disinformation, which is again one of their tools, the important thing is not to get bogged down in things like fact-checking, which is something that is all the rage, but doesn't really work. Instead, once again, we're actually talking about how do you inoculate a system and a society against it. And that means media awareness and literacy, political awareness and literacy. All of these things are crucial, and they're long-term. It's not about one campaign. It's about slowly getting used to people looking at the world around them through slightly different eyes, consuming the news, the rumors, the stories they hear differently. And that takes years, but nonetheless, it's always worth starting. And the final point about deterrence, which is, obviously crucial. And again, it's a difficult point because clearly there is a massive asymmetry in the levels of leverage that a country such as Georgia can apply against Russia compared with what Russia can apply against Georgia. So again, we have to be thinking imaginatively. Now, one of them is, again, how to actually use the existing international relationships that Georgia has with the European Union, with NATO, but also actually I would mention China. Let me briefly sort of mention all of those three. With NATO, there is already really quite effective military exercises and cooperation. Recently, there was the Noble Partner exercises. There was obviously the meeting between Prime Minister Gagaria and Jens Stoltenberg of NATO, in which they sort of talked the talk. But actually, what we really need to see is much more in the way of exercising and collaborating in terms of these kind of hybrid war threats. This is again an area where it will be relatively easy to provide not just a major improvement to Georgia's own capacities, but also a major political signal that actually this is an area that matters to NATO, that matters to the European Union, to the West as a whole, and that they are willing to stand with Georgia in trying to resist it. So, for example, looking at kind of financial war games, disinformation war games, and all of these actually could well be played out. And actually, this is something which the West would also gain from directly. This is not just about the West giving its largesse to poor little Georgia. This is about the West also getting the chance to learn from the real battlefield, shall we say, how you actually face these kinds of threats. And China, again, it's worth mentioning, I mean, China is getting more involved. It's a trade partner, but it's quite interesting that China has already sort of made clear its support for the unity of Georgian statehood and obviously not the slow nibbling away at Georgia that we're seeing, particularly around Ossetia. So again, try and find ways of bringing this in to more or less say, look, actually, you may not worry about what Tbilisi says about your actions, but maybe you ought to worry about what Beijing and Washington and Berlin and Paris and London say. And the final point I'd want to make is, in many ways, the most effective kind of deterrence that a country such as Georgia can muster is deterrence by denial. Many of the Russian gambits, if they come from Moscow, they are clearly ones in which actually the Russians hope to succeed. Sounds like a really banal and obvious point. But the point is, remember, Russia is a country which is trying to play a role in the world massively out of proportion with its real resources and its real status. This is in some ways a cosplay superpower. This is not the Soviet Union. This is a much, much smaller country. It succeeds by success. The more often it is talked up as this extraordinary sort of threat, actually the more formidable it looks. And therefore, when they fail, they actually take a disproportionate hit to their credibility. But also, because I mentioned that many of these attacks do not come directly from Moscow, but from a whole variety of other institutions and individuals, they put their own personal resources into this, whether it's the money from an oligarch or the agent network of the resident, the station chief in Tbilisi or whatever, because they expect a return, because they expect, if they succeed, to benefit. If they fail, if they continue to actually fail, then they will stop doing so, because they're doing so for the most, they're doing this not out of a simple sense of nationalism, patriotism, whatever, but because they expect to gain from it. It's a very transactional process. So what Georgia needs to do is obviously build up the kind of defenses. The more it is defended, the harder a target it is, actually the less it is likely to be challenged. And also when it is challenged and when it successfully resists, it must make these public. This is again a crucial thing, that it must fight a narrative war back and demonstrate that when Russia tries things, Russia fails and loses. This is something, for example, the Estonians have done extremely successfully, is painted themselves as a very hard target. And actually it has made many of the sort of the freelance hybrid war institutions, shall we say, much less likely to try the Estonians, but to look for easier targets. So I think I'll end there, but that's my basic take on how a country such as Georgia can try and resist these kind of covert threats from Russia.
Thank you, Mark. Again, your contribution made me to write a couple of questions. And again, since we're kind of running out of time, So I will directly switch to the next presenter, but I will not let you go without answering my question on the deniable threats and most potent mechanisms that Russia has in its disposal. So thank you, Mark. So we are switching to the next presenter, Jacob Hedelskog. I hope I did pronounce the name in the right way, given that my name is much more difficult than yours, Zebisashvili. So the title of your presentation is Russian Policy and Military Posture in the South Caucasus. We have a kind of a natural switch from the hybrid deniable actions of Russia into the more conventional military analysis of the Russian posture in the South Caucasus. And here, this presentation really, as I look at it, it seems to be very solid and interesting. So I just make a just 1 minute brief introduce you, Jacob. Jacob is a Deputy Research Director at the Swedish Defense Research Agency, FOI. His research focuses on Russian foreign policy, North Caucasus, and Russian counterterrorism, Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, and Caucasus, as well as Central Asia. He was a visiting fellow at the University of Toronto, Canada in 2009 and 10, and served as a counselor at Embassy of Sweden in Ukraine in 2014. So your biography and practical experience fits very well into the narrative of our conference. Without further ado, Jacob, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Shalva. And I would like to show some slides. Hopefully this will work. Can you see them?
I actually don't see anything.
Maybe I should work like this. Sorry. Host disabled participants share screen sharing.
Yeah.
So maybe you should do something for
to share it. I hope our technical team will make your presentation available. So you did your screen sharing?
Host disabled participant share screen sharing. My screen. Maybe I should email it to you and then you can show it. I don't know.
Oh, you can. I think you can. Yeah, mail it to us, and then we will try to. While you start your presentation, we'll probably then. Yeah. Would be, I think, much better to do it this way.
See. I'll send it to you now.
Sure.
Yes, and then I'll start. Thank you for organizing this. Hopefully we'll get some slides as well, but I will do some give you some conclusions from a report that we published in 2018. I will give you my assessment of the importance of Russia. Russia is giving to the South Caucasus, how Russia uses the unresolved conflicts in the South Caucasus for its leverage of Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, and also briefly what forces Russia has initially in the region and the geographic and infrastructure factors that limit Russia's possibility for a potential military conflict in the South Caucasus. First, there are 5 reasons, at least why the Caucasus has such an importance for Russia. There might be more, but these are the main ones I suggest. Geostrategic importance. The Caucasus links two continents, Europe and Asia, and two seas, the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea. The unresolved conflict, the second one, which Russia uses as leverages on Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. And the third one, the Russian perception of rivalry with the West, about the influence in the post-Soviet sphere, which makes especially Georgia relevant due to its close relations with the EU and NATO. The fourth one, the ethnic diversity of this region that connects Russia, North Caucasus and the South Caucasus. And there is an old Russian saying that he who wishes to control the North Caucasus must also control the South Caucasus. And the fifth one, the region's proximity to the Middle East, and especially Syria and Iraq. And the key dynamics, there is, of course, the Islamist extremism. In 2014, the Islamic State declared the Caucasus as a priority region and sphere of interest. Generally, as for the unresolved conflicts in the South Caucasus, Russia is satisfied with status quo and to keep the conflicts unresolved. According to Russian perception, the frozen conflicts are not to be resolved be kept frozen. Moscow relies on its military presence in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, as well as its economic and political support for the territories de facto under Russian control. Russia uses borderization, the practice of repeatedly moving administrative boundary line between South Ossetia and the rest of Georgia. It serves as a purpose for establishing an administrative border, which is more easily defended for Russia. The other frozen conflicts, the one in Nagorno-Karabakh, the recent escalation around Nagorno-Karabakh demonstrated conflicts' explosive potential as a potential source even for expanding regional conflict involving regional great powers as Russia, Turkey, and Iran. Among the unresolved conflicts, Nagorno-Karabakh is the one where Russia has the least control, with no troops in the conflict zone. So Russia has a dual role as a co-chair of the OSCE Minsk group for conflict resolution and as the chief arms supplier for both the conflicting parties. Despite being stubbornly at loggerheads over Nagorno-Karabakh, both Armenia and Azerbaijan are united in mistrust of Russia's intentions. They see Russia chiefly interested in keeping both countries in its sphere of interest and interested in expanding its military presence in the region by deploying troops in the conflict zone. Can we show the slides now, do you think?
They're working on that.
Yeah.
I think we'll
the
be
next
able
slide
to
is
see.
Russia's initially available forces, and there is a map there which would be helpful if we can get it.
You can describe it and then
Yeah.
we can return it as soon as we have map on the screen.
Thank you. In the southern military district, the forces initially at Russia's disposal for an operation in the southern war theater, that is before reinforcements arrive from other parts of Russia, are basically the two existing ground forces formations, the 58th Combined Arms Army with motor rifle division and 2 motor rifle brigades, and the 49th Combined Arms Army with 3 motor rifle brigades as the core maneuver functions for a potential joint inter-service combat operation. A third formation, the 8th Combined Arms Army, was being formed in 2017 as well. In occupied Crimea, Russia has also established a joint inter-service force group under the Black Sea Fleet, the 22nd Army Corps, established in 2017. Its maneuvers units include 810th Naval Infantry and 126th Coastal Defense Brigade, and these are all marked on the map. The southern military district is also responsible for 3 brigade-sized military bases, the 7th military base in Abkhazia, the 4th in South Ossetia, and the 102nd in Armenia. The key air formation is the 4th Air Base and Air Defense Army, and the southern military district has 2 naval formations, the Black Sea Fleet and the Caspian Sea Flotilla. Other forces include interior troops and the FSB border troops, the Emergency Control Ministry, MCIS forces, and forces from other ministries and agencies on southern military district territory, which will be subordinated to Southern Joint Strategic Command for wartime operations. The FSB border troops are operations in the occupied territories of Georgia since 2009, and also serve along Armenia's border with Iran and Turkey since 1992. 2 observations can be made regarding the Russian ground forces structure in the Caucasus region, including the military bases abroad. First, in the event of a large-scale war, for example, as part of a confrontation with NATO, the force posture gives Russia several lines of defense. The Russian forces in Armenia, the 102nd military base, the 988th Air Defense Regiment, and the 3,624th Air Base and FSB border troops constitute the first line. The bases in Georgian regions under de facto Russian control, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, plus FSB border troops constitute the second. And the third line are for the forces of the Russian territory in the southern military district. And the fourth, the reinforcements that can be brought in from the rest of Russia. Second, the excess of main battle tanks and armored vehicles compared to this stated size of the units noted in Crimea and in Russia's 3 military bases south of the Greater Caucasus range may be pre-stored equipment for units that are to be manned with personnel from other parts of Russia should the need arise. This is a pragmatic way to be able to augment forces quickly from the equivalent of 1 army corps to almost 2, albeit with relatively weak support functions south of Great Caucasus range, with soldiers that are easier to transport than whole units and their equipment. In the similar vein, Russia has equipment for several motor rifle brigades in stores in both the central and eastern military districts. Next slide is about the geographic and infrastructural.
You have 2 minutes left,
yes.
Actually, Jacob.
Yes, so basically it's about the problems of sending forces from north to south due to the mountains of Great and Lesser Caucasus, and also the need to control the infrastructure for military use, and Russia has partly achieved this by controlling the Abkhazian road and railway, the Rocky Tunnel, and the Georgian military road, at least to the Russian border, of course. And there is the 4th road is along the coast of Azerbaijan, which is just controlled up to the North Caucasus range to the Azerbaijan border. The conclusions are that Russia still dominates security issues in the South Caucasus. It occupies 20% of Georgia's territory. It has a strategic alliance with Armenia and strategic partnership with Azerbaijan. Russia is able to formulate and implement a long-term strategy for the region. Russia wants the region more and puts more resources and energy into it than other external powers. So this is sort of a operationalization of Russian sphere of interest in practice. Russia's military posture in the Caucasus region is over-dimensioned given the current conflict potential. Russia's military posture in Caucasus actually pertains to a potential large-scale conflict in the southern war theater, including the wider Middle East, than just local conflicts in the Caucasus. After illegal annexation of Crimea, the West seems more reluctant to challenge Russia in its perceived sphere of interest. And last, with the escalation of the situation around Nagorno-Karabakh, Turkey is beginning to play out a more assertive foreign policy in the Caucasus at the likely expense of Russia. the Caucasus can be added to Syria and Libya as a region where Russia and Turkey's interests clashes. I'm very sorry for not being able to show the slides, but I'm hopefully,
I think,
and I'm ready to be able to answer some questions later. Thank you.
Sure. We'll be delivering once we have the presentation. There's some technical issue happened for some unknown reasons. But anyway, before you go in and rethink your presentation for the Q&A session, I really ask you to think about a basic question probably all Georgians ask themselves after 2008 war. But again, this is the question for Q&A session. Are the Russian forces enough to crush and occupy Georgia? So please think about it. And then if possible, then provide a more detailed explanation and more insights on that.
Okay.
So we are heading to, thank you very much again, Jacob. We are heading towards next presentator from Austria, Dr. Gustav Gressel. He is a senior policy fellow on the wider European program at ECFR Berlin office. That's great. I to have an Austrian talking from Berlin, and we don't have German talking from Berlin. So it's a nice coincidence. So
well, beware of the Austrians that go to Berlin and do politics. You know.
Absolutely.
Record of these sorts of people is not always positive.
Absolutely.
But
just one minute, just one short minute, and then you're welcome to continue with your presentation. So you worked as the desk officer for international security policy and strategy in the Bureau for Security Policy in the Austrian Ministry of Defense. You have extensive military experience, and you were also committed as research fellow in the International Institute for Liberal Politics in Vienna. And you received your PhD in Strategic Studies at the Faculty of Military Sciences at the National University of Public Services, Budapest. So the title of your presentation is a logical continuation of your predecessor, the Russian conventional military threat. Please, you're welcome to elaborate on that.
Thank you very much. So I try to pick up what's left from my predecessors. And before I sort of start to answer your question, are the Russian forces enough to swallow Georgia? I'd like to stress some general points with regard to Russia, with what kind of contingencies of crisis and war we are working with, and what's the overall meaning of their military power and military posture, and what strategic purpose does it serve. And this is something especially Europeans have some difficulty to understand, that the Russians are not looking for offensive military capabilities for a tangible security goal. It's a matter of their way of strategic thinking. For Russia, the existence of military options towards another party is a general instrument of power that, even though you don't use it, they at least assume plays a role in the other's perception of oneself. So with regard to Europe, as Mark Galeotti referred to, yes, Russia is not interested in waging a large-scale war against NATO, but it will think that if it doesn't pose a military threat to NATO, NATO wouldn't take it seriously. Powerful is the one who may coerce others, and that means powerful is the one who, if needed, may conquer the other, or at least threaten. So this is that does not have to be a sort of tangible geostrategic end goal that is to be desired, like, I don't know, freeing the world from capitalism and sort of bring the proletariat to freedom or whatever. It's basically the nature of international politics that, in the Russian mindset, that dictates you being able to at least significantly harm the other side to be taken seriously. And that sort of also influences Moscow's behavior in other fields. So if Moscow thinks that it has leverage on the other side in terms of military leverage, it becomes more assertive in other fields as well. We were talking about borderization. There are all sorts of other covert operations, from murders, poisonings, to normal intelligence business, etc. And the more confident Russia feels in a military sphere, the more reckless and assertive it will be in the others. So you cannot divide the spheres of security. You have to be prepared for the big security as you have to be prepared for sort of the small daily routine of security. They're interconnected. And on the victim side, what's then the end game the victim should play for? And here also a lot of European friends have some difficulties asserting the sort of ability that the potential victim needs to have when, for example, when we discuss anti-tank missiles to Ukraine, they say, well, but Russians will retain escalation dominance with regard to Ukraine, regardless this missile or that missile. The problem is escalation dominance is not the problem. The resilience in terms of calculating the cost-benefit calculations for the Russian side, that is the essential thing one needs to change or one needs to work on. Russia wants to have cheap gains, and it wants to have predictable cheap gains. And the more expensive a potential gain may be, and with a nuclear power, they can win at the end of the day anyway, but they have no interest in governing radiating wastelands. So the higher price they would have to pay for something, the more discouraged they will be to pick it up. And the less predictable the whole affair becomes, even the less likely they will pick it up. And that involves not only your domestic resilience, but then also your diplomacy and the insecurity Russia might face in how would other parties react to the conflict. And the problem here from the European side, that very often, for domestic reasons, we love to reassure our own audience what we are not going to do and tell publicly what we're not going to do. And that's the biggest mistake. We should always leave the Russians guessing what we're not going to do, because there are a lot of things we're not going to do. But it's them that should find out. So going back to sort of Russia and the Southern Caucasus, generally in Russia has three sets of contingencies, military contingencies or ways of wars that can be waged. The first is the war in neighborhood that is sort of develops out of a crisis, usually one that Moscow has instigated on its own terms, and that needs to be resolved very quick. The central lesson from 2008 was that we were too slow to achieve our overall strategic gains in Georgia. We could defeat the Georgian army, we had our fun, but generally, politically, with regard to Tbilisi, nothing changed. And therefore, they have undergone tremendous military reform. Here is the concept that fits in, that is sort of the battalion tactical groups that emerged from Ukraine. Russia rotates, takes one battalion from each regiment or one battalion from each brigade, rotates them into a conflict zone and rotates them out. This battalion is fully staffed with contract soldiers, so no conscripts involved, so the political cost for using it is lower. And whether it can achieve certain goals in a very quick manner depends how many battalion tactical groups Russia has at its disposal in the vicinity of state A and B. Without sort of longly having to shift in reserves, as opposed to the total force number. Then, of course, there's the sort of the set two, that is total war with NATO, which Russia still prepares to fight, although it doesn't want to fight that. This is a sort of very much emphasize that it's not their dream to fight it, but they're still preparing for it. And that, of course, requires full mobilization. That's what the sort of full maneuver armies and divisions are for. This is why they have created the National Guard. This is why they have posted the kind of rear echelon security service. This is why they're refining their mobilization schemes. And then there is expeditionary warfare, which is increasingly outsourced to intelligence services, private military companies, or a mixture of both. And of course, supplying arms to local proxies. And the South Caucasus, in general, what we have is sort of the kind of sphere of expeditionary warfare, more or less, that is the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict to manage the status quo. And we have the tier one, the neighborhood war. This is Russia's contingency planning vis-a-vis Georgia. On Armenia, Azerbaijan, just a few words. It's actually surprising or not surprising or to see. I mean, if you say Russia uses these conflicts to manage the status quo and to go and gain foothold to manage them on their countries affected domestic politics, now it's actually the most sinister way of doing this by basically letting Armenia hang in the balance with Azerbaijan to make Pashinyan look weak, because he was not Moscow's pick, and Moscow is not very satisfied with him for a variety of domestic reasons. And now they're basically dismantling himself as a political person by tacitly giving the Turks and the Azeris a green light to inflict serious damage on Nagorno-Karabakh. But it's in the sphere where, yes, Russia has a certain net military presence to protect core interests, that is the survival of Armenia, but this is not what's at stake at the war now. But beyond the war of Armenia, Russia will have and will find trade-offs and trade it with other interests, and preserving Turkey as a kind of anti-Western, more close than distant, sometimes partner, sometimes manageable rival is more important to Russia than the exact boundary of Nagorno-Karabakh. And then we have Georgia, and here things are not so easy to get on the table. Georgia establishing preeminence in Georgia in terms of dictating who is in power and on what conditions the guy is in power is still the Russian goal, and the military posture and the military planning serves to reinforce this purpose, first of all, by giving a cover to covert operations and influence operations to achieve it. And if not, and if things fail, and sort of if they have to be defended in sort of in Russian sense, where defense is all usually offensive, they could be reinforced militarily. And for this, unfortunately, the forces are enough. I mean, Jakob mentioned it. We have the 4th Guards military base in South Ossetia and the 7th Guards military base in Abkhazia, both of which are in size one reinforced brigade. Both are permanently manned by contract soldiers and equipped with armies sort of at the disposal for immediate reinforcement. For the 4th, this is the 58th Army, which is the much stronger of the two, that has sort of 2 motor rifle divisions. The 42th is already existing. The 19th is in the process of being scaled up from the brigade to a division. And the 7th military base in Abkhazia is backed by the 49th Army, which is a bit weaker, has 2 basically brigades and then support troops. The thing is, in sort of current standing Russia professionalization, we can see that roughly 1/3 to a half of the battalions that are assembled in this army and total are manned with contract soldiers. It depends on the service. But that is still a sizable number, and Georgia has 4 infantry brigades, so we are now accumulating much more. Plus, there is of course the 7th Guards Mountain Air Assault Division, which is a fully cadred professional high readiness formation in Novorossiya, and the 56th Guards Air Assault Brigade, also in the vicinity, which is also a fully manned, cadred, and all-time ready-to-use formation. Plus, of course, the potential air superiority. As Jakob already mentioned, the 4 Air and Air Defense Army, and especially there, the 1st Guards Aviation Division, which consists of 6 aviation regiments, predominantly Su-24 and Su-25. That would be the bulk of the kind of ground attack interdiction duties, on top with air mobility to bring in the air assault troops.
2 minutes, Gustav.
Okay,
2 minutes left.
On top of that, you have a tremendous modernization of the Black Sea fleet. The amphibious capabilities is not yet there, but it's about to be built. But you have a deep strike capability with the Caliber missile. That, of course, the Russians still have problems with reconnoitering targets for this, but especially at the initial stages of war, to strike pre-reconnoitered fixed targets like barracks, depots, etc., can sort of complicate any defender's defense plan quite quickly. And sort of in this situation, and coming back to the first panel, Georgia was unfortunately very, very slow to react to this, because only in 2017, Georgia for the first time shifted towards a total defense concept and sort of forgone on the idea that small core professional troops for international missions would be enough to also protect territorial integrity. We have in a military sphere, expeditionary warfare, counterintelligence, and defending your own country. These are two totally different sets of operations, two different tools of what you need to train your people for, man your people for. And here a lot of time has been basically missed. And now, of course, it's hard to recreate, for example, the reserve forces, to recreate local border militias that are needed to fight as quickly in as large force as possible. Yeah, and I think I'm out of time now, but we can discuss the force posture, etc.
Thank you, Gustav. I think we got your messages, specifically with regard to the possibility of Russian major military capabilities in attacks, and what Georgia's weaknesses in this regard and how they look like, and your conclusions are very sobering, I must say, and thank you very much for that. So, but again, I also have a question to you. We will come to this question in the Q&A session, in a brief version of Q&A session, since we already are taking time from this section of our panel. I will now directly go over to our last contributor, Dr. Benjamin Bogosian, with this presentation titled Armenian Security Strategy and Russian Foreign Policy in the South Caucasus. I think this is a high time to highlight the importance of and the relevance of the conflict resolution with regard to Nagorno-Karabakh. And it would be also very nice to listen what's going on for the moment, what is the Armenian view on the situation, and how the West, and specifically also the Georgia, should respond to the ongoing events in Armenia and Karabakh. Thank you, Benjamin, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hope all hear me well. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you. As Shadman mentioned, I'm going to speak about Armenian security strategy and Russian policy or Russian presence in the South Caucasus. And as we have a really little time, I would like to be brief to present some points. So from Armenian point of view, the key security issue or security challenge or threat for Armenia is definitely the Karabakh conflict, or more precisely, the provision of security of Nagorno-Karabakh Republic. And that is what the main trigger or motive behind Armenia-Russia strategic alliance, which has been shaped since 1990s. In 1995, agreement on Russian military base deployment, then Russian guard troops, and also in 2000s, joint air defense system, and in recent years also joint force units between Armenia and Russia. But also I would like to emphasize that all in Armenia understand very well that all security guarantees provided by Russia on bilateral level to Armenia and also in multilateral level within the collective security treaty organizations. They cover only internationally recognized territory of Armenia. They don't cover the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic. So here, no one in Armenia has any illusion that, for example, if large-scale war will erupt in Nagorno-Karabakh, and if Azerbaijan attacks Nagorno-Karabakh, like Azerbaijan did starting from September 27, no one has any illusion that Russian troops or Russian military base would going to be directly involved in these military clashes in Nagorno-Karabakh Republic, or that collective security treaty organization troops are going to enter the fight. The key for Armenia in its alliance with Russia is to prevent the direct military involvement of Turkey in conflict. And here I would like to mention that both in conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh and also direct Turkish military attack on Armenia. Of course, we all know that Azerbaijan and Turkey has very close military and defense cooperation. Turkey provides a lot of arms to Azerbaijan. Turkey has a lot of military instructors in Azerbaijan, and in current warfare, also a lot of Turkish drones are being used with Turkish operators. And also we all hear about these mercenaries brought by Turkey into Nagorno-Karabakh from Syria. But all these, they do not equal, from Russian point of view, my understanding is, all these, they do not equal to the direct Turkish military involvement in hostilities in Nagorno-Karabakh. And also we do not see any direct attack of Turkey on Armenia. So from Armenian point of view, Russian military presence in Armenia and in general Russian military presence in South Caucasus is vital for Armenia to secure, again, Turkish attack on Armenia or direct Turkish involvement in Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. I mean direct involvement with Turkish troops. But also if you look from a Russian point of view or Russian policy in the South Caucasus, definitely Russia understands that South Caucasus is not only Armenia, Armenia only part of the region, and Russia wants to have influence on all of the region. Definitely, relations with Georgia, they are in deadlock since 2008, when Russia recognized Abkhazia and South Ossetia independence. And despite some improvements in relations after Georgian Dream came to power in late 2012, these improvements have been mainly in economic sphere, like Russia opened the market for Georgian wines, for Georgian agricultures. Then Russian tourists started to visit Georgia, and until events of June 2019, I guess maybe Russian tourism was among the top visiting Georgia. But politically, there was no breakthroughs, and I don't think that any breakthrough is possible as far as issue of Abkhazia and South Ossetia is not resolved. So if you take out Georgia, and Armenia is a Russian ally, so the main fight was going with for Azerbaijan. I mean, fight for Russia to increase its influence in the South Caucasus. But simultaneously, Azerbaijan is a close ally of Turkey, and they have, we all know, they have cultural and ethnic very closeness. The language is almost the same. Also, the religion is a little bit different. I mean, Azerbaijan is mainly are Shias, Turkeys are Sunnis. So there are some process of Sunnification launched by Turkey with support of Qatar also in Azerbaijan. But in any case, Turkey also viewed South Caucasus as a significant part of its neighborhood, and especially after 2003, when AKP came to power, and especially after 2016, this unsuccessful military coup, when Turkey really launched very assertive foreign policy, trying to get out from his restrictions of being only a tool for US foreign policy in the region and trying to establish itself as an independent regional power, which himself will decide with whom to cooperate in whatever conflict or whatever regions. So this also brought Turkey significantly into the South Caucasus. I mentioned about strategic partnership between Turkey and Azerbaijan, and in 2010, both countries signed an agreement on military defense cooperation. But also we all know that there is a strategic partnership between Turkey, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. Each year, the Minister of Foreign Affairs meet, Ministry of Defense are meeting. There were, in last year, there were several even small-scale military drills, I mean trilateral military drills. So Turkey wants to increase its influence in South Caucasus, mainly using Azerbaijan, but also gradually increasing its economic involvement or joint Turkey-Azerbaijan economic involvement and economic influence in Georgia. We all know that SOCAR, the state oil company of Azerbaijan, is one of the main or biggest investors in Georgia. And we know that Turkish businesses and Turkish investments are very widely, they are existent also in Adjaria, Georgian region. So in this regard, we see that there is some competition between Russia from one point and Azerbaijan from another point and Turkey from another point to increase the influence in Azerbaijan. My guess is definitely Russia is not happy with Turkish growing influence in Azerbaijan, but also Russia believes that the key to reinstate itself in Azerbaijan is the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. We all know that till 2004, the so-called Madrid principles and then updated Madrid principles have been provided by Minsk group co-chairs, US, France, and Russia. And this principle envisages a phased solution. During the first phase, some territory should be returned back to Azerbaijan. Then international peacekeepers should be deployed on a new line of contact. And then referendum should take place in Nagorno-Karabakh to finally fix the final legal status of Nagorno-Karabakh. But there is no clear time frame when this referendum will take place, how this referendum will be organized, etc. This was provided in 2009, this plan, by statement of Russia, US, and France presidents. And then in 2011, in June 2011, in Kazan, there was a summit between Russian, Armenian, and Azerbaijani presidents, but the summit failed. But these Madrid principles were the base of the so-called Kazan document. But then in 2014, Russia put forward its own plan, a little bit revised version of Kazan document. And according to several sources, this Russian plan, which also many call a Lavrov plan, on behalf of Russian foreign minister. This is almost the same Kazan document and phased approach solution, but the Kazan document calls for international peacekeepers, and it calls that no OSCE Minsk group co-chair country could participate in this international peacekeeping mission, which means Russia is automatically out from this potential peacekeeping deployments. Lavrov plan calls only or mainly Russian peacekeepers to be deployed on the new line of contact. And Russia views this deployment of Russian peacekeepers as a tangible tool to increase its influence in Azerbaijan, because expert community, both inside and outside region, understands that if Russian peacekeepers will be deployed in this new line of contact, it will de facto mean new Russian military base in Azerbaijan. And in that case, Russia will have 2 military bases in South Caucasus, in Armenia and then in Azerbaijan. And also, if we take into account the military bases in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, even 4 military bases. So starting from 2014, Russia put forward this Lavrov plan. But after April 2016 war, this Lavrov plan was rejected by Armenia. And Azerbaijan also definitely was not happy with this Lavrov plan. Turkey was not happy. And my guess is the United States and France, they also were not happy with Lavrov plan, especially after 2014. We know the crisis between Russia and the West, and we know the new policy of containment of Russia, efforts to decrease Russian influence in post-Soviet space, especially also in South Caucasus. And definitely West will not be happy to see another de facto Russian military base deployed in South Caucasus. Then there was a Belarus revolution in 2018 in Armenia, and starting from 2015, there was interestingly development that Azerbaijan started to significantly increase its relation with Russia. And this was economic relations. Azerbaijan and Russia participated in joint North-South international transport corridor, India, Iran, Azerbaijan, Russia, and Northern Europe. And also Azerbaijan started to purchase a lot of Russian weapons, more than 5 or 6 billion US dollars. And obviously Azerbaijan hopes that by coming closer to Russia, Russia will put pressure on Armenia to make some concessions. But interestingly, Azerbaijan also was not ready to accept the Lavrov plan. But it hoped that somehow Russia could maybe revise Lavrov plan. But in any case, they hope that Azerbaijan-Russia improved relations may result in some pressure from Russia to Armenia, and especially after the revolution, when there was a widespread perception that new Armenian authorities are not very welcome in Kremlin, because Kremlin does not like those who come to the power through street demonstrations or through power of people, Azerbaijan saw that, okay, maybe this is the right time to put even closer to Russia, and hope also to exploit this potential disagreement between Armenia and Russia, or potential freezing relations between Armenia and Russia, to get some concessions from Armenia. But in last 2 months, when we have this border incident in July 2020 along Armenia-Azerbaijan international border, immediately after this border clashes, we see a significant change of Azerbaijan's foreign policy. Azerbaijan started to significantly improve its relations with Turkey. We saw 2 large-scale Turkish-Azerbaijani military drills in mid-August and also the mid-September of 2020. So my guess is that Azerbaijan maybe was frustrated that this 4 or 5 year policy of coming closer to Russia, of taught-in Russia, or improving its relations with Russia, all this policy did not provide the results which Azerbaijan anticipated. And now we have this war, and here, from my point of view, interesting situation. Russia understands that war supported by Turkey, which currently Azerbaijan wages in Nagorno-Karabakh, each day of war, it makes Turkish positions more stronger in Azerbaijan. Just today, President Aliyev, in his interview with Turkish TV channel, thanked President Erdogan for support, hailed Turkish drones, and also yesterday he sent a letter to President Erdogan thanking him for their support. So Russia understands quite well that each day, when war continues, it means more stronger Turkey in Azerbaijan. But from another point of view, I believe Russia also hopes that if Azerbaijan will gain some advantages, but not fully destroy Nagorno-Karabakh, it may force also Armenia to accept the Lavrov plan. I mean, to accept the deployment of Russian peacekeepers and give some territories back to Azerbaijan. So my understanding is that Russian now waits. So he is not interested in war to continue too long and to have too strong Turkish influence in Azerbaijan. But also he hopes that if war is not very long and if Armenia starts to lose a little bit, it may result in Armenia's acceptance and Armenia and Azerbaijan joint acceptance of Lavrov plan and the deployment of Russian peacekeepers.
Okay. Thank you, Benjamin. I will directly jump into the Q&A session since we're gonna steal some 5 minutes from the break time available between the panels, and I will directly ask you and then go over to other panelists. Very short, just 1 minute for each response, because I want to ask also other contributors.
Okay.
One question: what do you think will be the outcome of this escalation in the Nagorno-Karabakh first, and then whatever the results will be as an outcome of this escalation? And as Sinikuka also mentioned, do you believe that the relationship between Armenia and Russia will be worse anyway? 1 minute time.
Regarding the outcome, I don't believe that simply forces will come back to the status quo of even in September 26. Like nothing happens, ceasefire, no big changes on the ground, no peacekeepers. I don't believe this is possible. Some changes, some significant changes will happen. Regarding Armenia-Russia relations, if Russia is successful in his plans, and if Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh will have some losses in Nagorno-Karabakh, and Armenia will be forced to accept Lavrov plan, I mean, to accept the deployment of Russian peacekeepers and also to accept the Russian offer to give some territories back to Azerbaijan, this definitely will be perceived as a defeat in Armenia. My guess is it will significantly weaken the positions of Prime Minister, and most probably Prime Minister could not be in his position till coming parliamentary elections, which are 3 years away. So if Armenia have losses and if Russian peacekeepers deployed, I believe that we will have some change of government very soon in Armenia. And in that case, I believe more, not pro-Russian, but more reliable persons from point of view of Kremlin will come to power in Armenia.
Okay, thank you very much, Benjamin, for your insightful presentation. A very quick question to Gustav Gressel. You mentioned that that Russia is in their need to have a predictable results. That's actually what Russia is aiming at with regard to Georgia. But then the next question, and again, one minute for the answer, what Georgia has to do in military domain specifically to deny or negate Russia to receive predictable results?
So basically, what you can do on your own is to execute what you have lined out in 2016 as a goal, to have a defense concept that is based on society as such, that is redundant, an armed force that is much more decentralized, has a much more decentralized structure, that is hard, if impossible, to decapitate by swift stroke of force. Sort of in air defense, Georgia is about to, or trying very hard to gain capabilities. Some capabilities like air defense, electronic reconnaissance are key. So some stuff has to be invested. Otherwise, be as well networked as they can be. Try to, even sort of in sort of the initial phases, when sort of the hybrid stuff starts, to be as prepared as possible, and be try to play that on the international arena so that it gets diplomatically uncomfortable. And the precondition, and here I come, I think, to the Estonian speaker in the previous panel, is domestic cohesion and consensus on this. That if you look, for example, I know the Georgians hate when I bring up the example, but Sweden and Finland during the Cold War were in an equally tricky, difficult, especially Finland, position with a mighty neighbor to the east. But defense, national defense was always the consensus topic in Finnish politics. You know, that was the army was the army, it's the nation's army, it's not the government's army, it's the nation's army. And that is where I see also some critical issues in Georgia with regard to political culture and how to treat a government and how to treat an opposition, especially, or a former government.
Thank you, Gustav. Excellent. Well noted on the importance of total defense concept and societal and governmental resilience you're referring to. Jacob, again, a major question. Do you think really that Russians are up to occupy in the end Georgia, and do they have resources, both military and political, to achieve this result?
I don't think that Russia is planning to invade Georgia, but if there will be necessary, it can do that because they have the resources. And Georgia has, since Georgia has now membership in NATO, again, like in 2008, there will be no help from Western powers in the military sense. As I also mentioned, the Russian military posture in the South Caucasus is already mentioned and can handle more bigger tasks than capturing Georgia, actually. On the other hand, the southern military district, which was until 2010 although being the smallest one of the most prioritized or powerful, it has shifted its after the annexation of Crimea, and now is looking more to the west as supporting Russia in the western direction. And an example of that is the creation of the 8th Army in Novotcherkassk. So although the task, of course, is southern military theater, it has also a supporting role in the western direction.
Sure. Thank you very much, Jacob. And again, Mark, and I will combine this question to the question submitted by one of our attendees here in the conference. do you think the Orthodox Church is a powerful tool in Russian arsenal to exert these kind of deniable threats?
I don't think the Russians can consider the Georgian church to be a tool. That implies it's simply an instrument. The relationship between the Georgian and Russian churches is more, I would say, an alliance of convenience. I mean, obviously, the Georgian church has massive legitimacy, even though scandals and the whole issue of response to coronavirus have eroded that slightly. But one of the best ways of thinking about these two is actually the Georgian church, much like the Russian one, is not only a spiritual institution, it's also a massive business venture. And I think in a way, that's where the connection comes. And it speaks to the larger issue of things like disinformation can be disruptive. Corruption is actually the most effective way that Moscow can actually assert authority. And so I think there is scope for that. So I think we should regard the Georgian Orthodox Church not as a tool of the Russians, but you might say as a potential source of Russian tools and contacts.
Great. Thank you, Mark, and ultimately, Sinikuka. I was impressed by this statement you did that, and I asked already Benjamin about the future of Russian and Armenian relations, even if, I mean, regardless what the outcome of the recent escalation would be. And also you were referring on so-called balance of power in the region, based on the similarity of two major powers, Russia and Turkey. Very quick answer: why are you sure that the Armenians will not trust Russians, even if the Russians, let's say, imaginary, will stop Azerbaijanis in conquering the Nagorno-Karabakh? I mean, what makes you be sure that the relationships will worsen between Russia and Armenia? I think we have.
Sorry, I forgot that I have to do it myself. I do apologize. Okay. So anyway, yes, perhaps if Russia indeed did what you just described, definitely the situation might be different. But I think it's highly unlikely, and I don't think that Russia has indicated in any way that it is about to do that. Quite the contrary, I think that it has really tried to kind of like get all parties to the negotiating table and to have ceasefire as soon as possible. But basically, I don't think that it has taken like a strongly Armenian side and is likely to defend Armenia. So yeah. So I think at least more likely is that it will have a very negative effect on the relationship. Yeah. And so I very much agree with Benjamin here, and share your analysis, Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Sinikuka. Thank you to all panelists on the wonderful presentation and insightful contribution you presented here. I think we all learned plenty of things. Just for your attention, as you probably noted, there is a parallel session, a kind of simulation tabletop exercise students do in order to understand how in the real escalatory situations the political decision-making process looks like. So I would ask you to probably, if you have time, stay with us until 8 o'clock Georgian time, when the students will present their findings, how they were able to handle the situation, which is based on the scenario, which is very much relevant to the topic of our conference. Thank you very much again, and I hope to see you outside of the panel with a conference or in Tbilisi. I very much enjoyed the time with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to see you online. It would be nicer to be in person, but I really would like to commend the efforts of friends from the University of Georgia Security Platform who've made such a huge effort in organizing this conference and giving us an opportunity to discuss against all odds at this really trying time. So welcome on this panel, which is the last of a dynamic and exciting afternoon. I know that every panel moderator would say that, but I really have a stellar combination of panelists. So welcome to all of you. Each of you, of course, will have between 8 and 10 minutes to give their own presentation, and then we will open the floor for discussions, and I would welcome questions coming from the audience online. So please, for the general public, if you do have questions, put them forward and we will pick them at the end of the discussion. I'm Rosaria Puglisi. I'm the head of the NATO Liaison Office in Georgia. We cover also, the South Caucasus in general, and I hope you will forgive me if I start by sharing with you the position of the alliance in relation to the Black Sea. There is one element that we really need to start from, and we really need to be aware of the fact that the security of the Black Sea is interconnected and intertwined with the wider Euro-Atlantic security. For NATO, security in the Black Sea is central. We have 3 allies who are littoral countries and 2 key partners who are littoral countries. From this point of view, it's kind of clear, I don't have to explain anyone, that we do have a distinct interest in making sure that the Black Sea remains an area of peace, stability, where trade and exchanges take place on the basis of international law only. Of course, we look with great concern at the developments that we have witnessed in the last few years, especially since the spring of 2014 with the illegal annexation of Crimea and the build-up of Russian military forces in the region with obstruction to free navigation and the expansion of a military presence. We see this as part of a widened pattern of provocation that goes from the Barents to the Baltic Sea, from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. And it's in this perspective that, taking into account the realities on the ground, NATO has enhanced its presence in the Black Sea and has enhanced the cooperation with partners, with Georgia and Ukraine in particular. So we have set in place a deterrence and defense posture through the tailored forward presence. This means that there are more initiatives on land, on air, and at sea. This has allowed us to improve our collective capacity to work together. And overall, NATO is active with more ships, with more naval exercises, and in the air, we have reinforced efforts to protect NATO airspace as well as enhance the situation awareness. Now, I mentioned earlier on that we have 2 key partners, Ukraine and Georgia, that are, of course, littoral countries of the Black Sea, and we have also increased cooperation with them because we feel that this is mutually beneficial. It's not just symbolic, but it was really important that last year, in fact, actually to the day, we had 2 important visits by the North Atlantic Council, first in Batumi at the beginning of October, and then later on in Odessa. it was important to give an indication to these two partners that we are here to help and support them in developing their own defense capacity. So we have, with time, we have increased our training capacity with the Georgian Coast Guard, for example. This has helped us improve our capacity, our interoperability, our capacity to work together. We're planning also to strengthen this cooperation through the substantial NATO-Georgia package. So we expect a number of measures to take place. You will probably know that already in the spring of last year and this year again, the NATO foreign ministers endorsed packages to strengthen cooperation with Georgia. So we are seeing increased engagement on relations on issues like port and harbor security and enhanced maritime situation awareness. In short, NATO remains strongly committed to security in the Black Sea, and this is an issue that was reiterated as it was last week when the Secretary General met Prime Minister Gacharia. And the discussion, the issue was discussed to share more air traffic radar with Georgia, to work regionally to address hybrid threats, and to do joint exercises in the Black Sea. So we are preparing for that. All this said, let me open the floor to colleagues who are joining us from different corners in the world. I think, I mean, the idea is to basically start from issues that are more kind of wide and general on the Black Sea, and then move down to more country-specific interests. So I would like to give the floor now to Dr. Dimitrios Triafillou from the Kadir Has University. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. And you need to unmute yourself.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll try to give a general overview and maybe raise more questions and have answers as somebody who has been studying and focusing and writing about the Black Sea region in general and security for a long time. Now, in May 2010, Mustafa Aydin, who is also part of this panel, and I published a report of the Commission on the Black Sea when we titled it a 2020 Vision for the Black Sea region, where we highlighted the potential of the region and stakeholders to change the dynamics towards a wider cooperative security community. And in particular, we highlighted the following priorities. One, we talked about enhancing the profile of Black Sea regionalism, where we also talked about institutional regionalism, such as the BSEC and other organizations, and the need to enhance them, enhancing region-wide awareness, and so on. Then we had a second sort of priority there, which is dealing with the conflicts. And we suggested there's a need to focus on this at a region-wide level, prioritize CBMs and a number of other instruments that are necessary. And we are still dealing with the conflicts. Then we talked about focusing on economic issues that meet common challenges and real needs, where we actually, maybe ahead of our times, I was going through the report today and we were talking about prioritizing things linked to sustainable development, climate change, and so on, as generators of economic reform and growth in the region. Then we talked about promoting and coordinating regional cooperation schemes at all levels, as well as interregional and intra-regional focus. We talked about promoting intercultural dialogue, which is a sort of a term to also cover interfaith dialogue, cooperation between universities, and so on. I mean, we were really thinking about a regional approach together with other colleagues. We talked about promoting the targeted training of professional groups, and this has to do with, because we had some experience at the time, involvement, especially with the BSEC, with what we thought and felt was the quality of the human resources needed to be improved. And so we even suggested maybe the founding of a Black Sea Training Academy to improve the quality of human resources across the region, and of course also enhance cooperation. And finally, we talked about promoting good governance, civil society, and social dialogue. Now, 10 years on, much of what we highlighted might sound utopic and unfeasible, yet much has been done, and it's being done in the direction that we envisioned. But nevertheless, the region is in flux. And I was looking back at my writings over this 10 years, and I keep bringing up the term flux. The region is in flux at different times since 2010, whenever I've written an extended article about the region. And I've been trying to understand the flux. And the problem is that all this progress or potential progress that we assumed was there, the potential of it was there, has been hijacked by the evolving political context and security considerations. And this is something that we need to keep in mind. And it's also compounded by a wider transformative process of the international order, with the global shifts from a rule-based international order, which the EU, for example, as an actor, still favors, and defends, to an increasingly multipolar order, where the other poles, or such even the United States in that sense, Russia and China, among others, ever more define their role within the lenses of great power competition, is something to take into account. And the advent of multipolarity also implies the emergence of other poles, countries and states, and I'll get to this in a second, how this affects the Black Sea region, that also want to be considered a pole, with implications for their current alliance status and orientation. So this fluidity of the international order and the emergence of a number of power vacuums generate the need to rethink and reformulate security as well as act upon it. And if we are really into this process, the flux is explained by a systemic change, because we are talking about systemic change, from a multilateral, as I said, rules-based order to a multipolar, competitive sort of order, where the poles do not necessarily interact with each other. Then this transformation is something we have to consider. Undeniably, the Russian factor remains a primary concern, and we've heard this throughout this afternoon from speakers in the previous panels, in particular, both as a disruptor of the European regional security order and as a strategic actor with its own vital interests. Another concern, and something we have not really talked about, even though some people have alluded to it, some colleagues have alluded to it, is the state of intra-alliance dynamics, which are currently frayed, in particular with regard to Turkey's relations with some of its allies, thereby impacting directly on NATO's ability or inability for a more enhanced role in the Black Sea region. And also as well on regional developments, such as the latest iteration of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. I mean, we just heard our moderator tell us how NATO is doing more and more in the region. The thing is, this has been a discussion which is longstanding. And NATO should have been a much bigger actor, given the fact that you have, as we well heard, 3 literal states that are NATO member states and 2 states that actually very openly would like to join the alliance. And there's a big debate about whether they should have already been alliance members or not. So this is something that we need to take into account. And Turkey is important in this context, because I keep going back through the conversations we heard even in the previous panel and the first panel. We talk about Russia, we talk about the West, then Turkey comes in, and it's not very clear as to whether Turkey acts as part of the alliance, or it acts on its own, or it acts as a pole. And this is something to take into account. And therefore, I would state that Turkey finds itself in a strategic drift towards a strategic reorientation, and therefore the issues thereby raised in the abstract for this panel itself, an issue such as the installation of the Russian A2AD system in Crimea and the eastern shores of the Black Sea, the adherence of the freedom of navigation and therefore the importance of the straits in that regard, and the desire to bring more stability and security via Europe and NATO in the South Caucasus, have also to be filtered through the lenses of whether all NATO member states are on the same chapter. And this is something that adds significance given the complexity of the context. The same applies to the role of the European Union. As I said before, the European Union is sticking its guns to rules-based multilateralism. And the fact that we are in the midst of systemic change, the EU's influence and its ability to influence is being challenged. While the EU is maintaining multilateralism within with its normative elements for internal cohesion among its member states, and of course, as well as to those aspiring to come closer to it, whether they're candidates for accession or EAP countries and so on and so forth. But it's also beginning to act or accepting the fact that it has to do more as a geopolitical actor, and hence what sort of geopolitical actor to meet the challenges that stem from an order where great power competition seems to be more the norm than the exception. Another factor in this, therefore, is also to consider is the perceived inability of maintaining the compartmentalization of the foreign policies of the regional states and greater powers. Because up to now, we've basically focused, there have been some exceptions talking about the wider, the regions that are linked to the Black Sea region, but we focused on the Black Sea region, we focused on the South Caucasus, but is that focus feasible? Even for analytical purposes, we have to rethink that a little bit. And so the linkages between the developments in the Black Sea region with those in other regions have become increasingly obvious in recent years, both in terms of maritime security, energy dynamics, and international trade. Turkey came to terms with it. Turkey, which always tried, for example, to compartmentalize its Black Sea policy to the Black Sea per se, and therefore put itself as a primary actor, as a local hegemon together with Russia to deal with the issues around the Mare Nostrum, has come to the realization over the last decade that Russia, well, I live in Istanbul and I have a colleague, well, Mustafa Aydin and I, we are at the same university, we have a colleague, Serhat Guvench, who with a group of friends are amateur photographers, and they always take pictures of Russian ships of many sorts going through the straits, up and down, back into the Black Sea or leaving the Black Sea to sail down the Aegean over to the Eastern Med because Russia's increased involvement over there. And Turkey very much came to terms with this utopia of compartmentalization, especially with the increased activities of Russia in Syria, especially in the aftermath of the shooting down of the Russian Sukhoi attack aircraft in November 2015 in the Turkey-Syria border. All of a sudden, and since then, we have Turkey trying to compartmentalize the Black Sea from its theater of operation in Syria and the greater Middle East, found that there's a connection there and has had to deal with Syria in conjunction when it can with Russia. Likewise, developments in the Eastern Mediterranean suggest that this compartmentalization of policies can be no more, and no country, big or small, can think that they can only concentrate on issues in their particular region. You know, one might say, well, and I deal with the Eastern Mediterranean also. One might wonder why, but I have my interest. But there, the same issue is coming up. We have basically two NATO member states, Greece and Turkey, at odds for a variety of reasons, at odds. And not only at odds and supposedly up to now, both EU membership and EU membership for Greece and aspiration to join the EU for Turkey and NATO membership since 1952 for Greece and Turkey have acted as levers, putting under the carpet whatever tensions might emerge, or even the solution and sitting down actually resolving the differences that exist between the two countries. But in this latest edition of the tensions, which has prolonged as never before over the last few months, we've had a number of developments emerge. And one of them, which is interesting because there are reports now coming out, not only in the Greek press, but in the international press, is that on August 27th, as Greek fighter jets were coming back from an exercise, I'm getting a message that my time is coming to an end. I'm almost finishing. Greek jets were coming back from an exercise, a multinational exercise. It was called Eunomia, I think, together with French and Italian and Cypriot participation. Turkey activated its S-400 anti-aircraft systems to try to detect the jets. And this led the US to be more involved, with Pompeo going to Cyprus, coming to Greece, and setting off the new stage of enhanced relations between the US and Greece. And again, my concern is not so much, oh my goodness, Turkey is acting as a rogue. That's not the point. The point is, if Turkey is actually involved in the systemic change and it's becoming a pole of its own, then our focus should also be in trying to see how we can find a modus vivendi with Turkey in this regard. Now, and these aforementioned issues raise a question as to whether a regional security community or many sub-regional ones are possible under the current context. A penultimate thought also has to do with history. I mean, I'm currently reading Bruno Tetrais's excellent sort of essay on the revenge of history, La Revanche de l'Histoire. And if his thesis holds true, that we are witnessing is to a certain degree both historical and geographic determinism, we need to factor these in as well in our analysis. And I'm not talking here about necessarily the civilizational discourse. That is also something that's becoming prominent. I'm talking more about how geography and history does shape, especially in a systemic change where poles are emerging, it does shape sort of the discourse of these poles. Finally, how does the confluence of all these aforementioned trends and developments impact on our host country, in this case, Georgia, for example? After all, we have heard from many of the speakers this afternoon that Tbilisi has been meeting the criteria for NATO membership and should have actually already been a member. Of course, I agree, I've written about it. The question thus is whether NATO membership is a panacea, or actually it is the wrong question to ask, and as we need to focus again on the systemic tectonic shifts that we are experiencing and that have yet to reveal their endgame. And I think if we don't address the systemic change and the implications of it, just talking about NATO and the NATO presence and how it can act as a security actor, and it is acting, and dealing with, in particular, the Russian threat and its multifaceted threat, I think might not be enough for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitrios. I just would like to remind all participants that we have a large panel, so we need to make sure that we really stick to our time, which is 8-10 minutes. Can I please now call in Dr. Mustafa Aydin, who is the president of the International Relations Council of Turkey, and he also comes from the Kadir Has University. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rosario. Let me start where Dimitrios started. Actually, what he called flux, I call transition. And my first note about this panel was the transition of the Black Sea region and area in general is still continuing, which a transition that started by the end of the Cold War has not yet ended. And that transition is not only in the security area, but it's more widespread. It includes social, political, economic changes and transition, which of course affects the security aspect of the region. When you look at the issue still continues. In the recent conflict flare up between Azerbaijan and Georgia, we still see this effect of nation and state building problems. On the political level, we have different types of governments, ranging from democracies to controlled regimes or democracies to authoritarian regimes. And economically, different shades of a free market economy and with state involvement happens at the same time around the Black Sea. So all of these changes keep changing also the balances within the region, which affect the security considerations. from specifically the security perspective, when you look at it, the western and southern shoreline of the Black Sea region has now more or less firmly embedded or included in the Western security system, be it within as part of the NATO membership, or being member of the European Union, or any other transatlantic cooperation initiatives. Southern and the western shores of Black Sea is now more or less secured and part of a wider security system. However, we cannot say the same thing about the northern and eastern shoreline of the Black Sea, which are very much in what I call transition and what Dimitris calls in flux, and which makes it much more difficult to create a regional security system, or at least to induce a more stable security environment in the region, which of course also creates competitions and confrontations between those parts of the region which is firmly going along with the Western system, and other parts that are not, or even sometimes against the Western security system. There was briefly, well, not briefly, there was actually quite a long time an attempt to create an indigenous regional security system in the wider Black Sea area with various regional institutions, biggest of which was the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, but also on the security aspect, Black Sea 4, etc. And there were other multilateral cooperation initiatives. But when you look at it overall, in the last 10 years, we could argue that this attempt at creating an indigenous security system around the Black Sea have failed, or at least stalled. Nothing is moving ahead at the moment. In fact, if you look at, again, from the security perspective, the security situation and the stability in the region has somewhat worsened in recent years. And the turning point, of course, it's easy to pinpoint, was the August 2008, the war between Georgia and Russia. And the ability or inability or the choices of the wider world to respond to that crisis actually creating conditions that resulted in spring 2014 Ukrainian and Crimean crisis, which at the end nailed the coffin of Black Sea regional security system. So the failures of responding to August 2008 resulted what we are facing today. What happened in between and what we are facing today are three important aspects. One is that we have been facing an increased Russian assertiveness across the region, and more importantly, a militarization of the Black Sea region, which prevents or preempts any regional cooperation or region-wide cooperation initiatives, which prevents any states actually joining with Russia to talk about even on the security aspect of the region. So added to this, the second aspect is maybe the problematic issue is the shifting attention of the United States away from the Black Sea region. Admittedly, in last few years, and the US has been, and with the prompting of the United States, NATO also have been trying to make a kind of a comeback and trying to put together a response to Russian assertiveness in the region. But nevertheless, the shifting of attention is still there, and it's very clear as far as the United States perspective is concerned. Added to this is, of course, inability of the European Union to develop innovative ways of creating inroads in the region. In the early days of the post-Cold War era, there were several different initiatives, economically, politically, on the social aspect, on the transportation, on the environment, wide range of on the wide range of issues. There were several and different attempts from the European Union to engage with the region. This has declined in recent years, and the ability of the European Union to be one of the players in the region have been severely curtailed, even though it has expanded onto the shorelines of the European Union, of the Black Sea region. And third, of course, linked to this development is the weakening of balancing power of Turkey in the Black Sea. I will come back to this. This relates number of issues. It includes changing focus of Turkey, but also weakening of Turkish maritime power in the Black Sea, or increasing maritime power of Russia. However, whatever the reason of this, the end result is the weakening of balancing power of Turkey vis-a-vis Russia in the Black Sea have changed the Black Sea balances tremendously. The third issue that I think has been developing over the years is the inability of the international institutions and interested international actors to find solution to what some people still call frozen conflicts. Of course, the experts and the security people who are looking into the region have always been keep insisting that the conflicts have not frozen. They could at any moment unfrozen. Nevertheless, this is the kind of attitude towards the regional conflicts. So long they keep, they remain as regional and do not directly affect the outsiders, the European Union, United States, the attention is quite low. This is one of the biggest obstacles for the sustained peace and stability in the region. Recent flare-up of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict has reminded us again this. When we look at I'm finishing within 1 minute. When we look at the current particulars of the regional developments from the security perspective, I think that the main, in the short term at least, the main determining factor will be Turkey, what I would call cooperative competition. Turkey is still, I think, the only a power in the region whose preferences to ally itself with one side or another would change the balances in the region. There is no other country in the region who could, single country in the region who could presumably challenge Russia in its Black Sea policies. And of course, I'm not sure whether Turkey is willing to do that, but what I'm saying is Turkey is the only country whose choices would affect the balances tremendously. And when we look at the Turkey's policies, of course, it's apart from diverged focuses, it seems that Turkey is preferring at the moment to be as independent as possible in its foreign policy, instead of aligning itself with its traditional Western allies, and it seems also preferring transactional foreign policy moves, which includes the security area, and which eventually, in general sense, for the Black Sea context, affect the regional balances. I would argue that the balances in the region have shifted tremendously, and we have not yet come to an understanding or acceptance of this shift. And unless and until this balance is regained, there would not be a possibility of creating a more stable regional order. Therefore, I would argue that in the near future, we would see more competition, more conflict, rather than cooperation, especially in the security area. I think I have to stop here. Rosaria has come back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm really sorry to play this annoying role, but we have so many panelists. So now this is the moment for Dr. Stephen Flanagan from Rand US and Georgetown University. Thank you.
I'm ready, but waiting for the video to start. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great.
Hear you. We can hear you
Good.
and see you.
Good.
Thank you.
Yes. No, it said I was waiting for the sponsor to unmute me. Well, thank you, Dr. Puglisi. It's a pleasure to join you all, and congratulations to the University of Georgia Security Platform for organizing this important discussion. My remarks today will present the findings of a RAND report that several colleagues and I have prepared over the past 18 months, which purely coincidentally, and I do mean coincidentally, it was posted just this morning, and I'll share the link in the chat later. This report examines Russia's overall strategy in the Black Sea region and the impact of its malign activities, military buildup, and aggression on regional security. We then present options for how NATO and EU countries can work with allies and partners in the region to achieve a more effective countervailing Western strategy to protect mutual interests. Our assessment of Russia's strategy draws on official Russian policy statements, writing by Russian and international military and security analysts, and dialogues with Russian officials and experts at major conferences. On the Western side, we conducted dialogues with officials, military leaders, scholars, journalists in Europe and the United States, and we also benefited from a March 2019 workshop in Bucharest with 24 experts and former officials from Europe and the United States, co-sponsored by the German Marshall Fund in Bucharest and the Aspen, Romania, then headed by, of course, now Deputy Secretary General Mircea Joanna. So we're very pleased to have Alina, Naya, and Mircea as partners in this effort a bit. So first of all, a quick point, which I obviously barely need to make among this group. Why does the Black Sea matter? It is a region that is a central locus of the competition between Russia and the West for the future of Europe. As Georgians know all too well, the region has experienced 2 decades of simmering conflicts, even before Moscow's illegal annexation of Crimea and initiation of the war in eastern Ukraine. Russia has used military force, of course, 4 times in the region since 2008. Yet despite this instability and the conflicts in the region, US and European officials and analysts have not, at least when we started this project, had not given nearly as much attention to security challenges as they had to other areas of Europe, particularly in the Baltic and Northern Europe, not to diminish their importance either. This is clearly changing, as Dr. Puglisi noted, and I'll touch upon a bit later in my remarks. So let me turn to our conclusions first about Russian strategy, and then come back to discuss a countervailing Western strategy and how that might unfold. First of all, it was striking to us that, and I worked with a number of our Russia experts, Moscow doesn't really have a single Black Sea strategy or strategy document, certainly as it does with the Arctic or other critical regions. Nevertheless, it's clear from a number of foundational documents and statements that the Black Sea is the intersection of several core Russian concerns and a critical nexus of defending the Russian homeland, maintaining a sphere of influence, and projecting power into the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. Countries close to Russia's borders are considered, first of all, of course, integral to the country's security. Russia and Georgia, first of all, to include the breakaway regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia, which of course Russia refers to as allies, form the innermost circle of concern. But Moscow also strives to maintain leverage over Moldova, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and to limit the development of their ties to the West. Russia is seeking in this process, of course, to attain a sphere of influence or privileged influence in the Black Sea, perhaps exclusive, through informational, diplomatic, economic, energy, clandestine, and military instruments. And we examine a number of these as we can in that report. And it also uses these tools to foster divisions among NATO allies and to thwart what they see as anti-Russian policies. Russia uses hybrid tactics when overt military action is too costly or risky. Intelligence operatives, special forces, military personnel, and private contractors have, of course, engaged in irregular warfare in Ukraine since 2014. But conventional military capabilities provide the essential underpinning for achieving Russia's regional goals in the region. And here I'll echo some of the points that Dr. Aydin and others have talked about already about the shifting military balance. Russia's military buildup in Crimea, the modernization of the Black Sea Fleet and the Caspian Flotilla, and the increased ground forces in the Southern Military District are designed to secure Russia's vital southwestern flank from attack, dissuade and intimidate neighbors, and support wider power projection. The Black Sea Fleet has received new priority in the 2011-2020 State Armaments Program, which includes 6 new submarines, 3 frigates, and other smaller surface vessels. However, there have been significant procurement delays. Long-range strike capabilities have grown and of course were demonstrated at various points in the conflict in Syria, but we note that individual platforms have limited salvos. The State Armaments Program for 2027 calls for qualitative improvements, but a quantitative decline in forces given budget constraints. It includes 5 corvettes and up to 12 small ships, some with long-range strike capability. So it's not necessarily a force capable of operating far beyond Russia's border, but certainly one for exercising influence and intimidation within its near periphery. In the annexation of Crimea, Russia recovered a small fraction of the Soviet Union's strategic air defense space, and Crimea now provides a 2-echelon outer layer of defense against air attack emanating from the Eastern Mediterranean. Russia's coastal defense brigades perform, if they perform as designed in contested environment, pose a significant threat to hostile maritime forces within range. Russia has, however, limited warfighting capabilities for large-scale operations in either the Black Sea or the Eastern Mediterranean, in our view. Changes to ground force posture provide the ability to move large combat units rapidly into Ukraine, and available and planned forces will certainly be able to deal with the most likely contingencies in the Caucasus and Ukraine. Now, of course, a critical question we considered was, what is the threshold for Russia employing forces in and against non-NATO countries adjacent to Russia? And we concluded that it is obviously and demonstrably fairly low. Nevertheless, Ukraine's containment of Russia's military incursion into eastern Ukraine and the West's response, including painful economic sanctions on Russia's entities and military assistance and Western military assistance to Ukraine, might have increased that threshold. Though through non-military and often non-military means, perhaps military means, Russia will oppose any formal political or military integration with the West by the countries along its periphery. Russia perceives any sort of losing an ally as a cause, potentially as a casus belli, but this is not always, and the Soviet Union before it, but this has not always led to a military intervention, we know. Nonetheless, any adverse change in the political status of Russian interest is a reliable, though insufficient, indicator of possible Russian military intervention in the Black Sea region. But NATO's anticipated response would be a significant factor. Now, let me turn to the perspectives of allies and partners in the region. We start first with the three NATO allies in the region, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania. And as Dr. Triantafylou noticed, there's been much in flux. And Dr. Aydin noticed there's hardly a unified view among those 3 allies, and we note that as well. Romania, of course, is the most wary of Russia's intentions and military capabilities, and nevertheless, although it is largely resistant to malign influence, it also gives high priority to countering Russian hybrid threats and other kinds of malign influence. Bulgaria is certainly committed to Western integration, but is subject to various Western influences, which often leads it to balance relations between Moscow and the West. Turkey is key, as I fully agree with Dr. Aydin and others, and it still values the NATO guarantee, but it is clearly willing to impede allied initiatives in the region and is systematically balancing relations between Russia and the West, which has limited NATO's options and particularly additional measures that might be taken. So the Romanian government favors a more robust US and NATO military presence. Bulgarians are reluctant, but possibly might support selective additional presence. And the Turks seem at this point still somewhat hesitant about any further military presence, still fearing a damage to relations with Russia at a precarious time, and believe, I think somewhat mistakenly, or at least certainly some Turkish officials seem to believe, that they can still manage Black Sea security cooperatively, or perhaps largely on their own with Moscow. The strategies of the other 5 countries in the region, of course, are shaped by varying interests and concerns. Ukraine and Georgia, of course, committed to Western integration, deeper defense cooperation, but they're constrained by the active armed conflicts. Moldova, of course, a divided government that was seeking a middle road between Russia and the West before reorienting toward Moscow last year. But it has nonetheless contributed to Western exercises and welcomes support in the military, on its military reforms. Armenia, of course, is, as we see, heavily dependent, even in these recent weeks, dependent on Russian security patronage, but remains open to diplomatic and limited security cooperation with the West. And finally, Azerbaijan, of course, is pursuing a practical, measured sort of approach to Russia and the West, but can play a critical role in reducing Southern Europe's reliance on Russian energy. So let me turn in the time that remains quickly to our recommendations. First of all, we argue that a collective strategy for the region and a plan for Western engagement must consider assessments of Moscow's red lines, asymmetries in interests between Russia and our allies and partners in the region, and military capabilities, as well as the risk tolerance that particularly of our allies and partners. Moscow's red lines are not known with precision and may shift over time, as they did when Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova signed association agreements with the European Union. Nevertheless, we think a sustainable Western strategy to counter Western aggression, protect common interests, and foster regional stability could include some of the following measures. First of all, we argue on the informational side, selective and proactive responses to Russian influence measures highlighting the benefits of Western integration are likely to be more effective than seeking to discredit pervasive false narratives. Redoubled European Union and NATO efforts to help countries in the Black Sea region counter these diverse threats, informational, cyber, economic, clandestine, all can play an important role and needs indeed for that kind of combined transatlantic strategy and Euro-Atlantic strategy. Strong support for compliance with international laws, and some of this was touched on in the first panel, and including the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, the Montreux Convention, to assure freedom of navigation and contribute to economic development and regional stability, as we were reminded in the Russian activities against Ukrainian efforts to transit the Kerch Strait a few years ago. Finally, we talk about the need for a more robust conventional deterrent posture beyond NATO's tailored forward presence, although it need not match Russian capabilities. It could include expanded US and NATO rotational deployments of ground and air forces, as well as naval presence and exercises. As some of you and many of you have noticed, Secretary of Defense Esper announced in July that certain US Army units will begin continuous rotations in the Black Sea region, and some fighter aircraft repositioned to Italy will undertake dynamic force employments and rotational deployments to enhance deterrence and reassure allies in Southeastern Europe. So I think this is a positive development. Further integration of existing maritime activities and capabilities was touched upon this morning also by Lieutenant General Hodges, and his suggestion about integrating various regional exercises that go underway separately on the Western side seem definitely worth exploring. Plus, we think that perhaps the exploration of deployment of advanced air and coastal defense systems in Romania and possibly Bulgaria to counter Russian missile threats might be warranted. Lastly, continued security assistance to strengthen partner resilience against hybrid threats and self-defense capability, backed by allied cohesion, which can also temper Russian aggression, as we've seen in Georgia since 2008 and Ukraine since 2014. And finally, we should look at more effective and flexible multilateral partnerships and existing mechanisms for sub-regional cooperation, including some that have sort of fallen into disuse, such as the Southeast European Defense Ministerial process, but also other kinds of ad hoc measures. So thank you for your attention. I hope I didn't go over time, but I was trying to keep my clock here. Thank you, Rosario.
Thank you very much. I mean, there are so many points that are already emerging. It would be very difficult to keep us online straight for the remaining of the conversation. So let me run immediately to Dr. Michael Carpenter from the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Rosario. So I will be brief. I would like to move away a little bit from the balance of power analysis that at least some of the panelists have used, and really focus on, sort of zoom out and focus on what I think is the overarching dynamic in the Black Sea region. And that is essentially, if you see the 21st century geopolitics as I do, as essentially a clash between liberal democracy and authoritarian oligarchy, you see the tectonic plates of the European area of liberal democracies clashing with the Eurasian area of authoritarian oligarchies, sort of happening right exactly in the Black Sea region. And you have had a number of conflicts erupt as a result of that clash, including Russia's invasion of Georgia, of course, in 2008, but also its invasion of Ukraine in 2014. And, you know, I think this frame is a little bit more helpful in terms of understanding what is happening. If you compare, for example, the Baltic Sea Basin with the Black Sea Basin, you'll see that the two seas are of comparable size, in fact, remarkably similar. They have a similar number of littoral states, slightly more in the Baltic than in the Black Sea. You have a mix of NATO members and non-NATO members in both cases. And in both cases, you have Russia, a great power with a very capable naval fleet headquartered in both areas, the Baltic Fleet in Baltijsk, and of course, the Black Sea Fleet in Crimea. And yet, you couldn't really find two regions that are more different in terms of resilience, in terms of deterrence, conventional as well as non-conventional, and the geopolitical dynamics that surround that. So in the Baltic Sea region, you have fairly robust, effective conventional deterrence, as well as nuclear deterrence. You have very high levels of societal resilience across the entire region. And among many of the states in the Baltic Basin, you have the adherence to a total defense concept, where societal resilience and military resilience are integrated, and you have a number of different layers of defense against both hybrid threats, conventional threats, disinformation, and other forms of, you know, financial sort of malified or malign influence operations, and so on and so forth. In the Black Sea region, you have very, very different situation where Russia essentially acts with impunity. You have much lower levels of resilience. Just look at the trends towards authoritarian oligarchy in places like Bulgaria, Moldova, contemporary Ukraine, I'm sorry to say, and many other states in the region. You also have high prevalence of conflicts in Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Transnistria, Donbass, Crimea, and of course, Nagorno-Karabakh. And so just completely different geopolitical circumstances based on different factors, but based fundamentally on this conflict between liberal democracy and authoritarian oligarchy, and the influence of the latter, especially in the Black Sea Basin. Very high degree of instability. As one of the speakers remarked, US withdrawal from the region, generally speaking, over the course of the last few years, but you could even go back further and say that US has not been as active in the region as it had been in the past. And you have, therefore, with this sort of power vacuum, you have various different outside players coming in and trying to assert their influence, to include, of course, Russia. Turkey is, of course, a Black Sea state, but it's certainly amplifying its influence, especially in the South Caucasus. You have China trying to make economic inroads across the region, certainly in Georgia, in Turkey, in Bulgaria, in Romania, and other places, in Ukraine. And so this instability has resulted in the fact that the Black Sea is essentially a contested space where Russia seeks regional dominance, Turkey seeks to a certain degree its own regional dominance, and you have this divide between the Western and the Eastern Black Sea littoral states. So you have NATO space, NATO EU space on the Western side, and then this sort of murky gray zone on the other side that is taken advantage of by Russia, China, Iran, I should have mentioned, and others. And so what this means is that going forward, NATO really has to play, NATO and the EU, I would say, have to play a much more aggressive, assertive role in terms of advancing their interests, trying to strengthen the resilience of the countries in this region, putting in place some of the measures that Steve just talked about in terms of conventional deterrence, force posture, more exercising a more robust standing maritime presence in the Black Sea, ideally composed of NATO nations like Romania and Bulgaria cooperating to increase the number of ships that they have that are headquartered in the Black Sea, but then also more visits from other non-Black Sea NATO members who come in for regular rotations and exercises and so on and so forth. As important as that, however, is increasing resilience and trying to work with the countries of the region to boost their capacity to withstand the non-military threats to their territorial integrity. And we've seen in the case of Georgia, Russia has both used what I called financial influence operations, funding allegedly the Alliance of Patriots Party, which is a pro-Russian party in Georgia, using disinformation against the West, against the United States and its interests. We've seen this repeatedly in places like Georgia and places like Moldova, in Romania, in Bulgaria, and the pushback, the sort of the indigenous capacity of these countries to push back against this sort of interference is limited, frankly, as evidenced by the fact that the Alliance of Patriots essentially acts unchecked in the Georgian political space, and a lot of its financial and other personnel ties to Russia essentially go unchallenged. And so, again, this calls for greater NATO involvement, but also greater EU involvement in order to try to box out this malign influence, in order to try to check the influence of China with its Belt and Road initiative. There is not a countervailing initiative from the EU or from a coalition of NATO EU members to invest in critical infrastructure in the region, despite the fact that it's vital to East-West trade and communications. There is not a coordinated effort that is anywhere near comparable to what we have with Belt and Road that seeks to capitalize on Western investors' interest in profits in this region in order to try to secure the critical infrastructure and to enhance it, strengthen it, so that it is not a node of Chinese influence, but it is perhaps a way to tie the eastern and western sides of the Black Sea together for the benefit of all. And so, I think we have to sort of step back, look at the region holistically, and think geopolitically about how to empower especially those actors that are fighting against authoritarian oligarchy, because that's fundamentally what this is about. And we have to work, I think the next administration is going to have to work much harder on its Turkey policy to get Turkey, which is of course a vital player in this region, to play a more collaborative role with its Western allies, its formal NATO allies, precisely to push back against authoritarian oligarchy and to help its fellow democracies to expand their influence in a positive way in the region, right? And right now there is no Turkey strategy that I can tell this administration has, other than President Trump's own financial interests in Turkey, which have led him to essentially to work with the Erdogan regime, but not to really have any sort of a strategy for cooperation in the region. And you look at the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, which just illustrates exactly what happens when the U.S. steps back, when the U.S. is not willing to expend just simply the diplomatic capital, never mind the economic and the military capital, to be able to play a role. And so obviously when the U.S. steps back, France is, as a Minsk group co-chair country, is engaged, but is far away, does not have a lot of levers of influence. So essentially the the influence for Russia and Turkey is left unchecked. And I personally believe that the war in Karabakh is that it's not going to be easy to put the genie back in the bottle. I think what we're seeing will last for years, not in terms of the actual military conflict on the ground, but what we're seeing now is the sort of definitive, I think, death of the Madrid principles, which were a concept developed over a decade ago by the Minsk Group co-chairs that put on the table a solution that was workable, but that now with the increased hostility between the two sides, Azerbaijan's now control, potentially if things continue on this track that they are right now, of the strategic heights in the north, in the occupied territories just outside of Nagorno-Karabakh proper, overlooking the communications link between Vardenis and Mardakert, that will change the entire dynamic of the conflict and will make a solution like the one proposed by the co-chair countries a decade ago in the Madrid Principles no longer feasible. And that means going back to the drawing board, and it just means that the situation is rife for continued conflict and precisely for the influence of these outside powers. So bottom line, to wrap up here, this is a larger geopolitical set of issues that are brought to bear in this region. And the only way NATO and the EU can be more effective is if they are more united and they actually have a strategy that is coherent that they can implement to push back on the influence of authoritarian oligarchy. Thanks.
Many thanks, Mike. And I'll move immediately to our next speaker, who's Mr. Bruno Lete from the Security and Defense Program at the German Marshall Fund. Thank you.
Hi, Rosaria, and good evening, everyone from sunny Brussels. I think the benefits of going last is that my colleagues on the panel already did all the hard work and said all the important things. So I can keep my presentation pretty short, actually. I would like to make 5 very concrete points. Point 1, thanks to the annexation of Crimea, yes, Russia is once again a dominant power in the Black Sea, but today that power is still too weak to sufficiently challenge NATO presence or to turn the Black Sea into a Russian lake. So in the near future, I don't think we'll return to a geopolitical situation as it was during the Soviet Union, where Russia exerted a de facto hegemony over the region. However, the annexation of Crimea did substantially increase Russian power, and that has implications for all the littoral states, Georgia as well. And the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula also meant that Russia now shares a direct maritime border with 3 NATO member states, Turkey, Bulgaria, and Romania. So the risk for military incidents increases. So I would like to say there that, in short, if NATO wants to improve the security situation in the Black Sea region, part of the answer is really to find a solution for Crimea. Insisting on the non-recognition policy is essential here. Of course, Crimea is not an endpoint. There are also frozen conflicts all across the Black Sea to be resolved. Actually, these are not so frozen at all. There are times where they're pretty heated up. But it really is from Crimea, more than from any other zone that Russia occupies, that Moscow has been building up military assets, A2AD functions, etc. Contain Crimea and Moscow's power will probably go back 5 years in time. Point number 2. Yes, Russia may not exert total dominance over the Black Sea, but its power is strong enough to prevent NATO from imposing its own deterrence in the region. And yes, this is due to Russia's powerful presence, but I would also argue, and I agree with what the speaker said before, I would argue that NATO lacks a bit of a coherent strategy for the Black Sea. Now, NATO is doing a lot, and the attention for the region has certainly improved over the past years, but there's an absence of coherence, just like Mike said. The allied strategy for the Black Sea looks a bit more like a patchwork, pieces of puzzles scattered across the board. Again, if you compare to what NATO is doing in the Baltics, you could argue that NATO is less prepared in the Black Sea. Its presence is limited to setting up a series of deterrence measures to prove that NATO is able to operate in the region. And Rosalia, you mentioned a few of those. The problem, however, that these measures are designed to work well in peacetime, but it would nearly be impossible for NATO to sustain these measures in wartime. Again, unlike the Baltics, NATO in the Black Sea has no B plan if fighting would be required. So that's important to keep in mind. And also beyond the military, we also see a bit of incoherence at the political level, especially to partners. There, for instance, I would just like to say that it's important to create linkages between NATO policies, such as the NATO military strategy that was adopted in 2019, the new military strategy. And for instance, what NATO is doing with the NATO-Ukraine partnership or the substantial NATO-Georgia package, there must be linkages between all these initiatives, and perhaps that's also a little bit absent today. Point 3, the European Union. Now, actually, the EU is doing a lot of good things in the region when it comes to mediation, or for instance, to increase the resilience of Black Sea countries against hybrid warfare. The EU is de facto also the biggest aid provider to certain important friends and partners in the region, Ukraine or Georgia. Think also, for instance, about the immense scope of the EU's Eastern Partnership Program. It's very active in the Black Sea region. I think earlier someone said that the European Union presence decreased in the Black Sea. So here I would like to stand up maybe for Brussels and respectively, say that actually I think EU is doing more nowadays in the region. The big problem, however, is that we do not know yet how the role of Europe as a security actor will evolve. There are more uncertainties than certitudes. So right now, keeping a strong transatlantic and American presence in the region is the best guarantee for security. That's my third point. Think transatlantic when you think about the Black Sea region. I'm sure we all watched how the EU struggled to be able to impose sanctions on Belarus. I mean, it took the bloc 5 weeks to achieve unanimity on a pretty straightforward issue, sanctioning a dictator. But it's not the first time, of course, that we see that the EU struggles to take decisions. And the Black Sea region is no exception to that. Only when Europeans will start to agree on how they see the threats of the Black Sea region, only then, they may agree to do more about the issues. And the EU will become a stronger security partner for countries such as Georgia or Ukraine. So I would like to say to all my Georgian friends, don't put all your Las Vegas bets on Brussels. The transatlantic link will remain essential for foreseeable while to come in the region. And EU-NATO cooperation may matter in this respect. But my time is too short to elaborate more on that. My fourth point, I would also like to say a very short thing on Turkey. I would like to argue that Turkish influence in the Black Sea has declined. That's because I think Turkey pursues desires that are difficult to combine. It's to pursue its own regional ambitions, its NATO commitments. There's a necessity to accommodate Russia. So because of all that, it has proven very difficult for Turkey to articulate its interests in the Black Sea region. So I think Ankara's long-term interests will be to continue to balance Russia's growing military posture in the Black Sea. And a tool to do that is, for instance, like our colleague said, to promote multilateral cooperation in the region. That I think will be definitely a key aspect of what Turkey will do in the near to midterm. And then I promise to be short, dear Rosalia, a very last point, point 5. This is actually something beyond big political and military strategy here, but I think it's very important. And this is something that we as NGOs and academics can do very concretely. And that's to keep the Black Sea on the agenda. Keep talking about it. Keep organizing events. Publish as much analysis as you can. Post your opinions on social media. Do all that, but we need to create attention for the Black Sea. We cannot allow our political leaders and military to lose focus for the threats emerging from this region. That region is just too crucial to Europe as a whole. So we have to fight the so-called fatigue or lack of attention in key capitals such as Washington or Brussels or Berlin. And that is something that all of us here can easily do. So building more security for the Black Sea is also about keeping it on the agenda of high politics. So thank you very much.
Many thanks, Bruno, for being so punctual and precise. This will give us enough time for a little bit of a conversation, even though we have, well, I mean, we should have concluded already now, because we have a bunch of students who are looking forward to present the conclusions of the workshop today. So I have only one question from participants in our seminar. But maybe I'll just say something before that. I mean, first of all, I really want to thank everyone for their capacity to bring in a number of different issues. We've moved from the geopolitical dimension to discussing the flux or the transformations in the current world from multilateralism to multipolaralism. We have looked at the clashes between liberal democracies and authoritarian oligarchies. We have looked at the role of individual countries, like, of course, Turkey, which is central. And this is actually the matter of the question, of the single question that we have, that I will raise in a moment. We have heard calls for to strengthen the transatlantic connection, which is the only way to counterbalance malign external influences. I think we all agree, at least on this point. I would just like to have one word, a very quick word from all of you on actually the impact that you think the current hostilities in Nagorno-Karabakh. I mean, of course, the issue has been addressed by a number of you, but do you think that this will have, would the fight at the moment will have a long-term impact on the wider kind of stability and the perspective of partnership in what we have called the wider Black Sea region? And then I will add also the question of our member of the public, which is, let me read it. What is Turkey's position if NATO or a major NATO non-Black Sea country decides to increase their maritime presence in the Eastern Black Sea? Do we expect an increased defense maritime cooperation with Georgia? So I think these are the 2 points that we can use to draw our conclusions. And if you don't mind, I would give maybe just really 1 minute each, following this maybe the opposite cycle that we have followed so far. So Bruno, would you mind going first?
Yeah, I can respond to your question on Nagorno-Karabakh. I think the implications of that conflict are, hard to predict. No one has a glass ball here. But yeah, I also agree with Michael. It's here to stay for a while. The only immediate implication I do see, Rosaria, and I like to be brief and to the point, is that if Turkish and Western interests diverge in that conflict, that may pose additional challenges for a relationship that is already under strain. That's the only immediate political problem that I could be able to perceive, and that would have implication then for the Black Sea as well, for instance, in platforms such as NATO.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mike, your turn.
So I'll be very brief. Yes, I think it's going to have lasting influence, and only in a negative way. I alluded to the basic principles developed by the co-chairs, also known as the Madrid principles, which I was then an advisor to the US co-chair of the Minsk group when those were developed. In fact, they were developed on my laptop in Madrid, which is why they have the name Madrid Principles. Those envisioned a gradual deoccupation of the territories surrounding Nagorno-Karabakh in return for a number of steps regarding the status of Nagorno-Karabakh. At this point in time, envisioning Armenia and the Karabakhi authorities voluntarily deoccupying those 7 regions, Lachin and Kelbajar and so on and so forth, that surround Karabakh is unthinkable. And similarly, on the Azerbaijani side, they have waited so long for these principles to be adopted without any positive movement at all, that from their perspective, the 4-day war 4 years ago showed that this is really the only way for them to gain a strategic advantage and to begin to deoccupy these regions surrounding Nagorno-Karabakh. So unfortunately, I think this sets the conflict on a very dangerous path where the two sides see that military confrontation is the only way, military confrontation and occupation are the only way to achieve their security aims. And that's bad going forward.
Thank you, Mike. Stephen.
Thank you. Briefly on Nagorno-Karabakh, I think that perhaps the one effect will be, it's difficult to get attention to much of anything that's not related to domestic politics in the United States right now, but I do think that it will be a reminder, certainly to people shaping the next agenda of the next administration, of the potential for continuing conflict in the region and why the region matters. And I think it also underscores Bruno's point about the need for some kind of mechanisms. I didn't have time to touch on it, but some kind of a diplomatic strategy, not only for solving the other conflicts, this one and the other conflicts in the region, but also some kind of engagement for crisis management. It takes 2 to tango, and Russia's been reluctant, but I do think the potential for further clashes and incidents is great. And then quickly, I defer to our 2 colleagues in Istanbul, but I think it's unclear what Turkey's stance would be. Turkey has continued to contribute to the NATO enhanced, the tailored forward presence in military personnel. That hasn't certainly stopped any exercises that NATO and the US multilateral exercises that have taken place in the region, but I don't know how far they're willing to go. So I'd be interested to hear our Turkish colleagues on that, or our colleagues in Istanbul, I should say, on that.
Thank you. Mustafa, I think you have a chance on this. Thanks. And you need to unmute.
Regarding the Nagorno-Karabakh, I agree with all our colleagues that only negative aspects I can imagine coming out of this conflict as far as the security of the Black Sea is concerned. And it will be even more difficult if Turkey and Russia somehow get involved. But even if they are not really involved on the ground, this frozen conflict is one of the biggest problems of stability in the Black Sea, and Nagorno-Karabakh is the most intricate of those frozen conflicts. So I don't see any positive contribution. Regarding the NATO and the Black Sea, I think the question is about when the question says maritime presence, and to increase maritime presence of non-Black Sea countries in the Black Sea region, Black Sea itself. That, of course, from the Turkish perspective, is governed by the Montreux Convention, and Turkey is very scrupulous of applying that convention. So I don't see any real scenario unless there is a open and clear warfare between Russia and Turkey, that Turkey would allow more non-Black Sea countries naval presence in the Black Sea. However, the maneuvers and other operations with NATO countries in the Black Sea would continue, of course, provided that they would comply with the Montreux Convention. I don't see any other possibility that Turkey would allow willingly violation of Montreux Convention, even during the highest part of the Cold War, when Turkey felt increased Russian threats. Turkey did not allow the violation of that convention.
Thank you very much. Dimitris, you have the concluding remarks.
Well, thanks. I mean, regarding the second question, I think it's sort of been answered by Mustafa. I don't think I have anything else to add regarding that. Regarding the first one, I mean, it's interesting, paradoxically, the fact that the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh is happening now, a month away from a US presidential election, and the potential, the very real potential for a new administration coming in, Biden presidency with people like Mike on board and others, and the freshness of that administration to actually do something might be good in trying to spur the alliance and the allies to action to try to create a more cohesive policy towards Black Sea. So in that sense, developments on the ground are what they are. I agree with the failure of the Madrid principles and the Minsk group and so on, but I mean, it might be an opportunity now with the new administration coming in to refocus on the region. That's all.
Thank you to everyone for really kind of thoughtful considerations, and we're all kind of waiting for the next developments. And I think this is the moment actually to leave it to the students who have been battling with scenarios, artificial scenarios, but they may one day have to find themselves facing the practical, concrete crisis we have been discussing today. Thank you very much. Your contribution has been really appreciated. Thank you, and have a nice evening, afternoon, rest of the day. Bye-bye.
Once again, let me welcome you, all the panelists in attendance of the conference. I am, as a member of the School of Social Science of the University of Georgia, I'm more than pleased to announce the completion of the conference. I'm totally happy with the objectives reached during the conference, with the conclusions we've been able to draw during our panel discussions. And I'm also happy to announce that we, as you know, in a parallel sessions, students across the leading Georgian universities, they've been hard working on the tabletop exercise in which they tried to analyze escalation scenario, a kind of scenario that is very relevant to Georgian security situation. And actually, we have been discussing this scenario during the conference. The students will present their findings, their conclusions, their analysis, and that was one of the major objectives of the conference, to allow our students, along with the panelists and other participants of the conference, to participate in being able to analyze the real political decision-making. Once again, thank you very much for your participation, efforts, and see you next time with the University of Georgia Annual Conference. Thank you very much.
Hello, dear participants, dear panelists. It's a great honor for me to be the part of this great phenomenon, this political military simulation, which was held by the NATO liaison office in the University of Georgia. We'll now briefly inform you about the key issues of the scenario which was extended on Georgia, and we will briefly say the key objectives and results we've achieved among our teams. So there were 6 parties in Geneva, which was organized by you, with Georgia, Russia, so-called South Ossetia, Abkhazia, and now Salome will introduce you about the details, key objectives, and main findings of the simulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. According to the scenario, in September, the situation between Georgia and so-called Abkhazia has escalated and began a military conflict between these two sides. And because of that, many people died in the conflict area. And EU started a negotiation process in Geneva, and every team had their own goals to achieve, and every delegation tried to negotiating which is each other, and we already have a result, so which we achieved today. For Georgia, Georgia approach to set international maintenance from US, EU, and international security organizations, and agreed to provide Abkhazia with electricity. However, the main goal, which was ceasefire agreement, was not achieved, and the military conflict will still continues, and ceasefire agreement was not achieved, and this is our whole result in our game today. Thank you. Marciacho.